Hello everyone. How are you doing? Welcome back for the final day of the AC Mirage Mega Weekend, and to the US audience, happy Indigenous Peoples Day. It's not exactly the best news-filled Indigenous Peoples Day I've seen. Um, but it is important. And as part of that, I want to acknowledge that I currently live on the land of the Massachusetts people and grew up in the land of the Ochedishakoing, which was forcibly taken from them by settler colonialism. And it is important, as we continue to witness settler colonialist violence around the world, that we acknowledge that and we look for ways to support Indigenous communities as they continue to advocate for recognition and for equal rights. Given what's been happening today, I am of course also thinking about the people who have been injured by what is happening in Palestine right now, and join everyone in condemning the wanton violence that Hamas has performed on Israeli non-combatants. But also want to acknowledge that Israel has been committing settler colonialist violence against Palestine. And that Palestinian people have lived in the West Bank and Gaza for thousands of years. And their rights and the nuance, right, their culture should be respected. It's not been good news. I was doom scrolling until pretty late last night, as the extent of how bad it is has happened, and Twitter has a lot of bad takes regarding the anti-Israel sentiment of Sunni Muslims as something inevitable and ginormous. And as I think about Assassin's Creed Mirage again today, it's odd and difficult to have to place that in terms of such contemporary violence and horror. And to understand, I guess, the importance of why this is like why this is a game that really cares about that nuance. And it's tough. There's members of the community who live in Israel, and I hope that this does not lead to a worsening crisis, and I hope that lasting and equitable peace will come upon you soon. Exactly. Right, everyone I know from the region just wants peace and to be able to live, and it's tough. Anyway, though. Right, I don't want to overstate the case here and be like, oh yes, a video game will solve the problem. But I think it does speak to why the creative vision AC Mirage had is actually really resonating with me. Because it is born out of a place of really deep care for Arabic culture and Arabic, both within the traditional Dar al-Islam and Arabic diaspora communities, and really trying to let their voices and their memories of a more joyful time and a better time come to life in this city, even as it portrays a history of a city in crisis, and trying to find joy in among that. And that's to me really resonant, and a perspective on the Islamic world that doesn't really exist in Anglo-American discourse. So I've been glad that they've stayed so far away from stereotype and Orientalism, and taken steps to kind of let it exist on its own terms. And you hear that in everything from the music to the world design to the narrative design, and that's pretty cool, right? That's not the same as activism. That's not the same as, actually creating a better world, but media does matter, and this is a more refreshing take on this part of the world than I've seen in a long time. And that's cool and good. Anyway, turning to a happier note, on the music that's been playing at the start of every stream here, right? This menu music goes unbelievably hard, and I wanted to acknowledge the folks who are working on it. So I've got an article pulled up here. That's what we're going to start with today. A disused New York power station. So, composer Brendan Angelides was cautious about agreeing to write the soundtrack until he met Palestinian composer and orchestrator Akram Haddad. But yeah, the New York Arabic Orchestra does a lot of the did a lot of the recording for this, with an extra solo works by Laith Siddiq, who is Iraqi-born Jordanian violinist and the artistic director for the orchestra. And that's pretty cool. And so, right, the music we hear is by Arab composers, at least, and Arab collaborators, and really giving them, a very electro-techno sense, right? The amount of bass in here is pretty fun. But also something that harmonizes very well with traditional Arab musical styles, and yeah, it's good. Right? It's a good tradition. Alright, Space Bunny, good morning, or afternoon, or time zone to you. So much for that, though. To anyone who's just tuning in, we're about to hop into the game, though. So, hello and welcome. As always, I'm Adam. I am a trained historian, with graduate degrees in medieval studies and cultural heritage, and published articles on the adaptation of history in video games. So we're taking that historical knowledge to Assassin's Creed Mirage to try and understand what it does, and honestly, I think the ways that in which the game so far highlights, I don't want to say new potentials for Assassin's Creed, but is arguably the best realization of the sorts of stories Assassin's Creed is good at telling in historical spaces. So, I'll be thinking about that more towards the end of the stream today. So hopefully those thoughts will solidify. The plan, though, is that we're actually going to, play the story. Because I've been too distracted by how pretty the world is and all the reading, and may have forgotten to actually play any of the story. So, we're going to try and fix that today. And that's going to be good. And then we're going to actually think about the narrative design and how do you tell a historical world. So if that all sounds good to you, make sure you hit the follow button to be notified for that and all the similar content that we are doing. I didn't want to do that. That's a different blended tea. And if you want to support the channel, you can either subscribe here on Twitch, because all subs, gifted subs, short bits, prime subs, all go back into helping the channel, helping more things happen. Or you can head over to patreon.com/ludohistory and support the channel over there for as little as $2 a month and get access to some extra stuff. Patreon supporters have access to a post that details kind of what the next steps are for the channel and how we're going to expand towards the end of the year. So that's good. Anyway, without further ado though, let's hop in. Because this, we could just vibe out to the music, but I feel like my ears are gonna hurt after a while because there's so much bass. It's very good, but it's very loud. Oh yeah, there was something else I meant to do. Chat, do we do this now or do we do this later? Is this a now or a later? We're not getting new drip because I'm not about to spend money on microtransactions. But we are going to suffer from the new drip. Cringe rating time! Cringe rating time! Details! Dress yourself as a prince and play with the sands of time to turn the world of Baghdad into a wondrous tale, in which the flow of time can be manipulated. This Prince of Persia inspired pack contains an outfit, sword, dagger, mount skin, eagle skin, and outfit dye. Venonat, 488, thank you for the follow just now. And by the way, also, Alex Jedi of Asgard and Lucy the Duchess, thank you for the follows previously. Alright, sand outfit. Yep. Why is the outfit dye actually very good? Wait, hold on, I don't... That's not fair. The Sand Sword, which is just a reference to Sands of Time. And, the titular dagger from Sands of Time, and the movie version of Sands of Time. I don't understand that. I don't understand that. And a nice talisman. You really like that they didn't just do the actual prince's outfit, it's just inspired by it? Yeah, it's like somewhere in between, like, the OG Sands of Time outfit and the, like, two, like, the Forgotten Sands one and the movie one. Talismans are purely cosmetic. They're just a thing to dangle there to be good. Yeah, no, this is a deeply uncomfortable belt, even with fabric, right? Even though you can see it's got an under fabric, so it's not just leather. Like, this is not good. Let me be very clear, this is not good. But it is based on something from 2003. And so we give this one a mere 6 out of 10 cringe. For the sake of, franchise homage, rather than just bad history. As a Westerner, you always marvel about how obsessed Westerners are with sand when talking about West and North Africa? Absolutely. It's very weird, right? Okay. Lightning sword. Da da da. I don't get it. I don't think I get it. I mean, that sword looks dumb as hell. Now, I have been to some places with some pretty cool sand dunes. Right? I've been to some places with some pretty cool sand dunes. In Morocco. In Merzuga. The whole towns at risk of being swallowed by the sand. And, you know, like a 75-foot tall pile of sand is actually pretty cool. Especially in February when it's not an utter nightmare to walk around on. Anyway, this one's much more suffering. A genie pack. Dress yourself as a genie and slowly drain your enemies by skimming the tip of your poisonous blades along their veins. No! Stab it. Stab it. Now, fear and sickness spread from ancient evils. Pain store! I did get pretty cool memes in yesterday. Those are Isu biolines. Yeah, they are. So they've just all but confirmed that Genie are Isu. And that's, well... And, yeah. Otherwise, I don't really have anything clever to say at this. Poison? Why not fire? You know, the thing that Genie are made out of? That's a great question. That would involve thought. Wow, that's just... That's killage, but worse. Naga, you're right. Wait, you're so right. That's just Moon Knight. Wait, hold on. Right, this is a Turkish... With the flared tip, this is like a Turkish killage, but, with a dumb nub on it. Right, if this was just like a nice, relatively straight line that then flares, that'd be, a dumb and a dumb pommel. But it would at least have the same, silhouette as an historically attested Turkish sword. But no, they added a nub. That's a Daedric sword from Skyrim. Look at the hilt and pommel. Agreed. They added a dumb nub, and then they made it Skyrim. Because we love nothing if not referencing other franchises. And also sharpen your blade. If this is about... infused with the blood of a poisonous spirit. I don't know of any cases... I can't think off the top of my head of any cases of Jin poisoning people. Like, tricking people, I guess causing disease, maybe? But, like, poison? They do sometimes take the form of noxious desert animals. Okay, snake bites. Yeah, scorpions, vipers, etc. Yeah. Hmm. Yup. Well-attested devilish monsters, like, Dargans. Is that a Triceratops? It's not a Triceratops. How's that? Also, this is just Sauron. I'm sorry, this is just Sauron, but with an Easterling outfit from the movies. Fire demons consume... Also. Fire demons and Genie the paint shop insists are two different things. Just... They could have called it the Ifrit pack. They absolutely could have. Also, wait, no. Sorry. Do you see? Look at his sash. Is that cuneiform or something? Oh, it sure is. It is 100% Akkadian cuneiform. I assume it's Akkadian cuneiform for the same reason that the Order of the Ancient Leader just has Sargon of Akkad's face. Oh, god damn it! But the outfit dye for the regular thing is good again. Okay, sorry. I need to shout out. I mean, yes, it's fashion crimes. Let me first acknowledge. I'm pretty sure this is fashion crimes, given that he's wearing dangerously close to black. But the actual outfit looks so good. They put so much work into these, like, reskin and dyes, outfit dyes. And I love them all. A dumb sword. I mean, they really don't understand how balancing a weapon works, do they? There's no counterweight to this blade if you turn the pommel into nothing. And a sealer Mirtichuar. Yeah. Yeah. A Persian... so the dragon... The dragon... is the Persian fortune bird, right? It's not a phoenix, but it's in the same sort of mythological milieu as a phoenix. Of being, you know, helpful and good and magical. Yeah, the queen of the birds, who has helped other people. And I've never seen this one before, so we need to go quick Google on where are they getting this name? Where are they made... Oh. Oh, that's what they did. Oh, that's dumb. Oh, that's real dumb. Hello, Felix. So, a Merthachar is the reconstructed Old Persian form that turns into Greek as Manticore. Chat, famously, what a manticore looks like. The scorpion tail, The lion's face. Famously a Triceratops that breathes fire. He's cute, but is he enough to insult the culture I grew up in cute? Uh-huh. Has there been a rock yet? No. There has not been a rock mentioned yet, and frankly, that's probably for the best. I've also not seen any mentions of Sinbad, and I hope it stays that way. So, yep. Yep, we're gonna give that one a oof. Right, that... I rate this one, Roblox oof out of 10. I mean, it's fashion crimes. It's, yep, they're fashion crimes. It looks sick, but they are fashion crimes. Right, looks great. Well, I guess you could wear this to a Khalifal audience. You know, when we stab the Khalif, and that audience, we should have been wearing black because, obviously... actually... Wait, hang on. Wait, hang on, I just realized. If Al-Mutawakil was having a public audience, even in a palace, he should have been wearing unpatterned, or minimally patterned black robes. Because in all public appearances, the Khalif, the opposite Khalif, wears black. Has a tall hat that Harun al-Rashid famously did not like, and a turban, and could have a black, without the collar, supposedly inherited from the Prophet himself, and then a black undershirt which could have gold embroidery on it, and then a black cloak that is also supposedly owned by the Prophet, that is completely unadorned. And that's for any time he's interacting with people outside his own space. So it's actually, you know, a history sin that he was wearing clothes that he probably would have worn in the palace when he's just hanging out, but not when he's actually holding an audience. And Space Honey, we killed the Khalif already? Yeah, that was kind of the inciting incident of the game. Was us stabbing Al-Mutawakil on accident, kind of. Not great. Are definitely real and alive best... Hey, we met her again. Nahal is definitely alive. We're still working on the real part, but she's definitely alive. Okay, well, that's a good bird right there. Altair costume, Old Basm costume, Revelations costume. Okay. Well then, that was fun. 17 hours into the game, by the way, and we're still in the second act of the story. Oops. So much to see and do. I know, right? Also, 30 minutes into the stream, and we're, you know, only just launching the game. Anyway, since we got that tool upgrade pop-up, we should probably acknowledge, once again, a thing we discovered last stream, which is that I got super hardcore baited. Like, super hardcore. Am I gonna keep playing this game next week? Yes. Yep, we are absolutely gonna keep playing this game. It's just, you know, the Mega Weekend is running out of time very quickly. Anyway, I need to adjust game audio again. Game audio again. There we go. I'll remember to do that one of these years. I appreciate folks reminding me. Anyway. Do you get away with Dark Blue? Dark Blue's fine. Dark Blue is attested... I mean, you gotta be rich as fuck because blue's expensive. But... you are absolutely able to get away with Dark Blue, as an outfit. It's just specifically black. It has been fun. I've been having a really good time. Subtle.
Ah, I see our new Abbasiya bureau is well guarded by an alert and active Rafiq.
Bassem, you startled me. I was just enjoying some poetry.
Yeah.
Oh, whose?
The court poet, Sayyida Arib. Her words chirp like the
Nice.
birds of paradise.
Nice.
Ah, yes. I have read her works. My friend Nihal and I used to sneak into the House of Wisdom when we were young.
You don't have
Hours
to
we
sneak
spent
in, you can just...
reading of gods and jinn. I always enjoyed this place.
You don't...
The House of Wisdom is not what it once was.
Is not our friend Ahmad ibn Musa there? He went to his workshop, as I recall.
Yes, I sent a message for him to come and help set up this bureau, but he never replied. My spies could not contact him.
Well, that's
A
bad.
week has passed, and he cannot be found.
So, one of the famous Banu Musa is missing in the House of Wisdom.
Yes. Venture there and learn his fate.
It shall be done.
Exactly. You weren't here for the explanation for that last time, you think? Can someone give me a quick
New
recap of why
contract has been
black
posted
robes
on
are
the
not a
wall.
thing? Black robes are reserved for the Caliph and his administrators. So, a Qadi, or judge, is allowed to wear black. A high-ranking military officer is allowed to wear black. Someone that is seeking an audience with the Caliph is expected to wear black. The black standard is the defining trait of the Abbasid Caliphate. Being a random person wearing black means that you are showing insufficient respect for the Caliph, and therefore are going to get got. As a Texan with a gothy fashion sense, rest in peace you. Why would anyone want to wear black in the desert? In the cities, black is actually... it's not as big a deal. Because as one of the codex entries talked about earlier, the street design here is such that cities are actually cooler than out in the open countryside. Now, sadly, it was not Gay Twin Caliph Al-Amin, it was Al-Mamun tried to turn it, who killed precious Gay Twin Al-Amin. His change lasted 1 week. Rafiq, dressed as a wine merchant, I've entered the Round City as directed. My report on the military forces here is as follows. The Round City teems with mercenaries from the steppes and desert. Many of these soldiers come from the ranks of the warlord Wasif. There are also fanatical bodyguards, loyal to the Caliph. A revolt now will likely be crushed. So this is our first mention of a historical figure. Calling him a warlord is, I guess, not technically wrong, but also weird. So Wasif is one of the two faction leaders of the Turkish Caliphal military at Samarra that leads the revolt that kills al-Mutawakkil in 861. He also proceeds to continue to be based in Samarra during the reign of Al-Mustan? I think it's Al-Mustan. Until his death. And he actually besieges Baghdad in about 866. He actually gets defeated and captured by Al-Mutaz and executed immediately. And his son, Salah ibn Wasif, takes charge of that faction of the Turkish military and ends up capturing the city. So, the idea that his mercenaries are inside the round city right now, not true. That's actually not true. Because they should be based in Samarra and should be actually attacking the city pretty soon in a rather devastating attack. A lot of the western agricultural lands that support Baghdad get damaged or destroyed in the conflict. And so there's huge damage to the canals that exacerbate flooding in the 870s, and it's just not a good time. They are hinting towards a very real thing, in that the military factionalism in the 860s is wild. So the Tahirid governors of Baghdad and their guards are bringing extra mercenaries to support Al-Mutaz and defend the city against the Turkish military kingmakers based in Samarra. Rafiq, I am discovered. It was my mistake. I disguised myself as a wine merchant, but knew little of wine. Another steward asked to sample my wares and spout out my finest vintage. Sales fit only for cooking. The character is suspicious. I must flee the round city tonight. Let's hope the rope you provided is supple enough to get me over the walls. Grim news. The spy known as the Grey One has fallen in the line of duty. He had disguised himself as a wine merchant in the round city in order to gauge the strength of his defenses. Unfortunately, he was discovered and perished during his escape. The rope provided proved inadequate, and he plummeted to his death. Most regrettable. I know, right? Should have studied his cover a lot better. Like, how do you pick that disguise and just forget, maybe I should learn something about wine? Especially, you know, well, it's totally fine if, and in fact fairly common, for people to not... Hi! Oh, baby. Baby has an assassin's mark on his nose. Assassin Cat. Spies using terrible cover stories and a weak rope, I know, right? It's frankly depressing. Anyway.
Tabid.
Please, go ahead.
Oh wow, I can ask about so many people here.
What can you tell me about Ahmad ibn Musa?
The son of a famous astronomer, Ahmed and his brothers excel at mathematics, invention, and scholarship. Together, they wrote the book of ingenious devices, describing their wonderful clockwork automata.
What made him join our cause?
The Banu Musa were once close to
I saw that too.
Al-Mutawakkil, but grew disgusted with the Abbasid Khilafah.
What happened?
They refused to discuss it, so I cannot say.
There are many reasons to be disgusted with the Abbasids.
Was there anything else?
I suppose since we saw them, I should acknowledge my mistake that I discovered last time. So, I've been saying that one of these three brothers in the game, Ibn Jafar Muhammad ibn Musa, is Al-Khwarizmi, the famous mathematician and Mr. Algorithm himself. This is actually remarkably untrue, because it turns out that in the 830s, the Caliph Al-Mamun sponsored two Persian polymaths who were working in the House of Wisdom named Abu Ja'far Muhammad ibn Musa. The older one, who dies in around 850, is Al-Khwarizmi, Mr. Algorithm. The one in the game is the younger. It's... I should have double-checked that, because I work in Icelandic material and should be used to everyone having the same name. But that's truly a staggering work of coincidence.
What is important in Abbasiyah?
This district is the heart of learning in Baghdad. All the world's knowledge can be found here.
Any key places to investigate?
Follow the trail, wherever it leads. Besides the House of Wisdom, there are other vital landmarks. Be sure to visit the 4 markets, the observatory, and the Dome of the Ass.
I remember the observatory well. I met the great astronomer Al-Khwarizmi there when I was young.
Excellent. Finally, if you need to soothe sore muscles, a steam bath at the splendid Hammam of Abbasiyah is a joy.
After a night of clambering across rooftops, that
Yeah.
sounds good.
We're gonna get to talk about the baths.
Any hint on what the Order might be doing in Abbasiyah?
No, my friend. Not more than what I have told you. Although,
No, come on.
it is probably
Trust.
nothing.
What is it? Any little bit maybe?
Yeah, Basil.
Before he left, Ahmed ibn Musa said something about books going missing from the House of
I've got
Wisdom.
most of
I
them.
will keep that in mind.
Was there anything else?
Yeah, most of them.
Tell me more about yourself, Tabid.
Me? Not much to say. I love poetry. Is that enough?
This man is a good
Do
Abbasid
not be so
scholar.
modest.
As you wish. I come from Nubia, a dry land south of Egypt. My father sent me to Cairo to study Islam. There, I learned a fiery sense of right from wrong. And the corruption in Cairo was very, very wrong. We revolted. Our revolt failed, and I fled to Baghdad. The Hidden Ones took me in, and here I am.
Someday you should tell the whole tale.
Was there anything else?
Thank you, Tabid. That is all for now.
Let's go, Nubia rap.
Contacts are available on the board.
Exactly. Ah, yes, I would like to interact with this.
A book of poetry by the famed Arib al-Ma'muniyah. He truly is a fan.
Wow.
A book of poetry by the famed Arib al-Ma'muniyah. He truly is a fan.
He is. That fleshed out the hidden ones in a fun way, but I mean, we did see, right? We did see initiates or novices of the order who have not been initiated into the cult yet, right? Basim's montage training arc, he still has all his fingers because it's only the full initiation after a period of being a novice that they ask you to chop off your own finger about it. Hey, wait. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, hold on. Wait, hold on. That's a very annoying sound. It is helpful, but also it doesn't improve the resolution. And I do care about it. The big thing is the texture resolution, right? So I don't seem to keep it more in focus. Anyway, wait, hold on. Is that this looks like it is... So this is not a historical map of the period, or of the region, right? You can tell that because, well, it's got the exact locations of material in the game world. So this is probably an early concept art that they sketched out based on Guy Lestrange's map of the city, which we've seen earlier, and I will quickly show you the kind of crappy scan that I've got access to again. This one. Right. It's clearly based on this scan. This is the image of Guy Lestrange's reconstructed map of the city. There wouldn't be maps of this period, of like this in this period at all. No. No. Absolutely not. Which is, a good point. You would do this mapping work on this scale by just verbal description. You don't visually represent that. So this is a concept art in the style of the period. Right, coloration, other things. Right, the coloration in particular, actually, is the main thing that's like, oh yes, in the style of the period, rather than in the actuality of the period. But, hey, guess what? That means that they were looking at having stuff east of the river and the bridges, and that had to get scrapped. If I'm correct on this as early concept art, that does mean that they were thinking about it and had to cut it for some reason, which I am sad about. But it's nice to get that acknowledgement. But yeah, we're in the age of TO maps, yes. And some real stinkers of TO maps, too. We saw... Right, we are not in the Aladrisi range of big TO maps. We got some real stinkers of highly symbolic, highly fun mapping projects that just happen to have very little, relationship to surveys on the ground, and much more relationship to received theological and cosmological wisdom. Which are very fun, and I love studying, and I also, get real tired of claims that, oh, the Islamic world was super advanced cartography, so much more so than the European medieval world. Because that's a much greater continuity of tradition than there is a difference of tradition.
What happened here? It reeks of smoke.
Uh-oh. Wait, that's a bad oh, no. Oh, wait, no.
Who burned our precious books? This is worse than the loss of the great library of Alexandria.
People, calm yourselves. The fire was small and has been contained.
wrath is upon us.
Most of our books are safe. The danger has passed.
Old man, how did this fire start?
Hey, don't call him old man.
Old man. Fazil Fahim is old as the house
Had
of
to get in an
wisdom,
Alexandria thing,
which
right?
he commands.
Forgive me, Ustadi. I spoke in haste. Can I help?
No, the fire has been quenched by the Watermaster's
Yeah, bucket brigades.
brigades.
Exactly. But Aladrisi is 12th century, and in the 9th century, people love back projecting 12th century Sicilian maps to the 9th century and be like, oh yes, the Golden Age of Islam did this, but no, it's 12th century. That raises a question: when does the idea of the Library of Alexandria was burned start? It does. I think it is circulating in this period because it does have a major fire in the 5th century, 4th or 5th century. And actually a couple of major fires. So I think that it is circulating in contemporary chronicles of this period. 4th. Well, yeah. The idea that there's this period of loss, I don't know exactly when it starts. It could be as late as Edward Gibbon, being like, ah yes, an example of the decadence of the late Empire and its horrible collapse, etc., 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 etc.
Who started these fires?
Ruffians, I suppose. Enemies of the Khalifa, to be exact.
Hey,
what
that's
sort
me.
of books were they burning?
It is too soon to tell.
Perhaps the caretaker of books would know. I am searching for Ahmad ibn
Neil
Musa.
played in school, also targeted the
Yes,
Hypatia
he
right
has
through
a
the streets,
workshop
etc.,
here, but I
etc.
have not spoken to him lately.
Peace be upon you, Elder. I shall go. I still need to find Ahmad ibn Musa. But I should also speak to the caretaker of books in the library.
Alright. Let's go. Who? Caretaker of books. House of Wisdom. Ahmad is missing. Okay. I'd like to untrack this one. Okay, let me... Or I cannot.
Where is Hunayn? He owes me money.
I got you. I see.
know. That's the caretaker of books. Somebody posted guards around the library.
What's going on these days? A partial
Please
list of
locate the
books
following
that
books and
were
return them to
burned
the
or
southwest
missing.
wing as soon as
What
feasible.
is an
Kitab
ancient
Ahiyar,
manuscript
Khalil
in
al-Adimna,
unknown
Kitab
tongue?
al-Azif. You must also return the ancient manuscript written in unknown tongue.
I should check the second floor.
Agreed.
I
should go in here.
The Hayat al-Hakim, the goal of the wise. But it was destroyed in a fire.
Terrible.
Who burned all these rare and controversial books?
The library has guarded. Something must have happened.
Sorry, this person sounded very French. Yeah, isn't that a 10th century book?
بمن يمكن للخليفة الوصول؟
You got blood on the... He got blood on that rug. What a waste. Okay. Who wrote this debate? It was written in 954, part of the author's introduction. Who wrote it is debated, but it was an Andalusi fellow of the Ikhwan al-Safa, the secret society that was talked about by archivists themselves yesterday. Ah, yes.
Fate calls.
Hooray. So, go kaboom. So, why are we hanging out here waiting? Supposedly in the southwest wing. Or this is the southwest wing. Am I just not high enough up? I think I'm one floor too low. Because I think it said on the second floor. I'm going to assume that they're Well, no. If I'm assuming that they're American, that they're following American numbering and not UK numbering, this is the second floor. What information am I missing? Path up to the roof. Not barred from the other side. Oh, heck. Anything but barred from the other side. Oh, heck. That's worse. Wait. That's...
Hey, you. Hold a moment.
No. Make me.
Wonder. I won't forget.
Okay, so that doesn't seem to be it either. There doesn't seem to be a way to climb in from underneath. Like, it's a good instinct. But that doesn't actually connect to anything. Ya Ustadi, I know you are wary of the new numerals, but I beg you to reconsider. Al-Khwarizmi has refined them, and even foreign scholars of the House of Wisdom are impressed. Some have invited me to return to them with them to Cordoba to present the numerals there. I know that in a few years you and I will laugh and wonder how we ever managed without them. So that's referring to the introduction of Indian numerals to the Arabic world, and Arabic numerals are introduced, or I should say, Indian numerals are introduced into these treatises in part, not exclusively, but in part, due to Al-Khwarizmi. And then, through translations of his work into the Latin world. Though, some of our early manuscripts in Latin that are talking about the treaties for Arabic, what become known as Arabic numerals, don't seem to understand them particularly well. And so they just kind of, they'll refer to, you should use these Latin numerals or these Arabic numerals in this, and then use Roman numerals in the spot. So it ends up saying, oh yes, you should use XVI or XXVI for 26. And it's like, wait, no, you missed the whole point. You missed, like, the very fundamental idea. I mean, you say that, Arcanist, but also I think probably whatever the Sanskrit word for numeral is almost certainly what they call that. Okay, seriously, am I blind or is Eagle Vision giving me nothing useful here? Do you want a hint or not? Yeah, if you have a nudge, I will take a small nudge. I appreciate you asking. I wonder if it's the gold dead guy over there, though. On that note of, do I need a nudge? Is it the murder that happened over there with the guy sprawled out? Oh, heck. I have become sneaky.
Hey! Huh? Who's...
It worked flawlessly. Nothing bad happens.
The caretaker of books is dead. But he wrote Mansach in his own blood. I wonder.
That is the most...
Something in his hand. Fabric. Torn from a woman's gown. But whose? Strange fires and a dead caretaker. Horrifying.
That's the most Ace Attorney shit possible. Right scriptorium. Almanasar? Let's see. I believe that's M. Actually, yeah, that should be M. M, N, Sod, Huh? What in the Herlock Sholmes? Yeah. Look, the genre has a trope, and I suppose if you're doing a investigation, at some point you gotta do the trope. And the trope says... The trope says, hey, you should do a thing. Between the bookshelves and the murder mystery, you feel extremely 13 years old right now. You know, frankly, understandable. Ow. Oh good, I did not break my ankles this time. And everyone say, oof, ouch, my hands. And, all the way over there still. Wow. And, you know, I know there was a murder and all, but, kitty.
لقد عانت فرسان إنهم
I also know that there's a murder
Better keep
going
my
on,
eyes
but
Away.
this one. Translation movement. In the 8th century, a well-funded and sustained effort to acquire manuscripts of various cultural origins and translate them into Arabic began in Baghdad. Led by scholars working in the city's House of Wisdom, this movement contributed to the preservation and spread of ancient knowledge while facilitating new discoveries. The Abbasid Khalis sponsored these translations, and some even took a personal interest in the work of the translators. They seem to have given special attention to astrology and astronomy, which were believed to be useful in providing auspicious dates for important undertakings, as well as to medicine, which was of course necessary for their own survival. Their example was followed by other important members of the social elite. Administrators wished to acquire mathematical skills to assess revenues and maintain irrigation systems. Muslim theologians found it helpful to translate Greek dialectical texts, especially Aristotle's, to support Islamic beliefs in the face of non-Muslim critiques. Courtiers wanted to establish or solidify their intellectual credibility by reading historical and military books in order to shine in public events. The translations were often carried out by Persians or Syrians who spoke both their native tongue as well as Arabic, and often used Middle Persian or Syriac as an intermediary language. The translators would send for manuscripts from Greek-speaking Byzantium, or would go there themselves to look for books. Some texts were also acquired through diplomatic channels, such as the Zij al-Sindhind, astronomical tables brought by an envoy from India to the court of Al-Mansur. The translated works were then copied and read all around the Abbasid Empire and even beyond its borders. Some Greek philosophical works and Indian mathematical books, translated and reworked in Baghdad, went on to be very influential in 12th and 13th century Europe, for example. Pen box with inkwell, 9th to 11th century, Nishapur, Iran. The Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York. Okay, so that's something, that's something we actually haven't spoken much of, but is probably helpful and significant. One thing we've not seen yet, but just got confirmation of. Not seen because I've been, not playing the game very linearly. But we have...
A prisoner? Here? That guard might have the key.
Have a heart. The man's not had a good meal in days. Got our orders. Nobody goes into serious. Oh, guys. Look up for much books. I'll go, man.
I wouldn't. I'd be fine. Oh, heck.
Not getting through. Is it my turn? Your fate is sealed.
That's alright, this is fine. We did fine. Yeah, I'm in prison with books. That's what I call Tuesday. Or Monday. Yeah, or any day, really. Maybe we should go out more. I work at a rare books library, Sacridos. Remember, that's literally my work week. Is me, often alone, surrounded by books. Yes! The Abbasid Knight Sword. I want to see how silly this is. Let's go. Give me a new sword. Oh, that's pretty bad. Oh, that's pretty bad. I'm a big fan. Abbasid's hit hardest when they're desperate? What? Why? Huh? I'm confused. Why are they calling it the Night Sword? I don't know. Could not tell you if I tried. There aren't even knights in Europe? Well, that's like 2/3 true. There is someone, in Old English, there are knights who are, you know, low to mid-ranking.
Only bring sorrow. Going to listen. Get a market. Be happy. If only I had listened. How right she was.
Well, that's not helping. Her name? That's not a healthy approach. Oh, well that did not. I thought that was where the door was, and it was not. Nobody saw anything. Exactly, right? If we just use knight to mean professional soldier.
Go in peace.
Heck. Right, if we really just use knight to equal professional soldier, then it's relatively understandable. It's not totally understandable, but it's relatively understandable. Yoink. Yep, stab him in the ankles. I guess you can translate equites like that. Exactly, right? I guess even more specifically, yeah, if you use knight to just mean a generic word for cavalryman, for like professional, relatively elite cavalry. I guess kinda sorta maybe? I don't know. It's not good, but I at least see a logic to it.
Warning you.
Got this, coward!
Yep. So everything. There we go.
Don't kill me. Please. Give me more time.
He
I
almost cracked what?
cracked it.
Don't worry.
Almost
I'm not
cracked
here
what?
to kill you. What are you trying to crack?
The book? I said I couldn't. This is not a language I know, but she gave me no choice.
Uh-huh.
Who?
A woman named Zahra. One of the scholars here.
What is this book? What is it called?
The only thing I know is that it is written in a script unlike any other. And I have seen hundreds. The way Zahra talks,
That wasn't
it's
that
more
weird
of an
of a
artifact or relic than a book.
chat. Someone.
I lied about my progress so they wouldn't kill me.
What's that?
I can't read a single word. I don't even know if it's a language.
Where can I find Zahra?
I don't know. She could be anywhere in the city. I
Could someone give me a screenshot of that real quick?
just want to go home.
All right, get to safety before the guards return. Must be something here to help me.
Yeah, the cat. Hi. Obviously, the cat is here to help me. Hi.
This book makes me uncomfortable. I will leave it here.
That's what I'm afraid of, aim to score. That's why I need a screenshot. When someone grabs a screenshot of that, ping me in the Discord, so that we can pull it up. I can go like, hey, hold on, is it? Meanwhile, a very lovely man doing squat, or person doing squats. Okay, chat. It should be possible with you clip, using the clip feature to go back far enough to still grab that. Just barely. Too far now? Come on, guys. We're gonna hope at that point we get another thing. Unfortunately, since it was in cutscene, I couldn't get.
This letter gives the location of the scholar Zahra's estate.
I couldn't get any photo mode because it was in a cutscene. So we'll have to hope we get another look at it.
This order letter mentions Arib. An innocent reference. Or something more sinister. Time to visit Zahra's estate and see if she is involved with the order.
If it can go on the Discord, or if you're in the Discord, drop it there. In frankly any channel, and let that can work. Zyrik is a Deva. Oh, this is what we're doing today, huh? This is what we're doing today, huh? Zyrik. The servant of Ahriman responsible for aging and all toxins. Well, they did say all the order members are affiliated with. They did say all the order members are affiliated with, or are named after Persian and Arabic folklore. So, you know, I guess not wrong. Not yay. So I mean, I could go over there. Suburb of Kata, but... Ransack the Assassin's Creed, the Assassin's Creed channel. The suburb of reading. I just... Come on. I get it, this is the scholarly district. You don't have to do me like that. Oh, heck. If you can also, if you've got it uploaded, you can also DM it to me.
Sabine member is near.
That would also be fine.
You're going down!
Another shard.
Flawless. I have enough mysterious shards to obtain a piece of gear. Yeah, I know. Don't worry about it. Do you really try? They were turned around looking at the market stall right before I stole. They turned around because I bumped into them while trying to steal from them. The movement is still a bit floaty. I also want to rescue my bud, Al Hassan. Ah, yes. Show nearby case. Speak to the caravan. Hello.
Greetings, Ya'am. If I may, where is the scholar Ahmad ibn Musa?
Ah, yes. The most adventurous of the Banu Musa.
You got it?
His workshop is right behind me.
Perfect.
Thank you, Ya'am.
Perfect, perfect, perfect. Let's take a look at this. Thank you. Oh, I've also got another upload over here. Alright. Yeah, we'll pull up my own. We'll have Meception. Meception. Meception says... Thank you. Thank you both of you for your work. I super appreciate it. Meception says... that the style is not Voynich, but the script is awfully similar. I'm just quick pulling up the digitized manuscript. Yes, Cipher manuscript, being the key, MS408. Just gonna quick scroll through. Right, because it's not showing the right kind of thing for Voynich, but the... because that's all plants. having the sort of puzzle sun there isn't right. And there's also not very many pictures of it that are, or not many leaves of it that are text only. So I'm just... No, it totally... Here, let me pull this up onto the other screen. Didn't really want it to be full screen, but that's fine. It is Voynich? Oh yeah, it totally is. Right there. There's the sun symbol, and then they pulled a different leaf to be the other side. I'm gonna scream, Chad. Chad, I'm gonna lose it. Chad, I'm not... Sonora, by the way, I also super appreciate the help on that, and the confirmation. That is awesome. I'm gonna scream. Exactly, right? They've done some weird stuff to it, altered it a bit more clearly than they did in AC4, but it still is Voynich. And frankly, they can't do this to me. Right, this is rude. This is targeted. I will be treating this as harassment. And it's just generally not good. I don't love it. They didn't have to do this to me. They chose to do this to me. But yeah, no, it is 100% Voynich. They said, the moment they said a script no one has ever seen before, I was worried. And I didn't want that. Why Voynich of all things too? What's the appeal? To be fair, in Isu lore, the Voynich manuscript is an Isu artifact because of course. Why be fair? Now, I hear you. But also, why be fair? Because that's a dumbass decision and I've just elected to ignore it. It's also in Rogue. They do love their Voynich, don't they? Thing is, we are 500 years early for Voynich. Right? Like, we are 500 years early for Voynich to exist. Because it was produced in Italy in the late 14th or early 15th century. That's not really up for debate. We are in 861. Voynich cannot exist yet. It's also not the only cipher manuscript in existence. I'm pretty sure, unless I'm wildly misremembering, it's like 13 or 1400s. I might be misremembering, but I didn't think I was. I thought it was supposed to be 16th depicting New World plans. I thought the chemical dating was a bit... suggested it was a bit earlier than that. I don't actually know.
9 fingers over here.
Nihal! What do you have there, sneak thief?
A book. I managed to save at least one from the fire.
If they catch you stealing...
They cut off a finger. No, wait. A whole hand.
Yeah.
That is not funny.
It's a little bit funny.
And don't laugh.
All right, you are in a mood, and I have things to do. Nothing that concerns you.
Oh, secret hidden one stuff. What are you doing this time?
Carbon dated to
Stabbing?
early 50s.
Stealing?
So,
Stabbing
I guess
and
that's the
stealing?
terminus post.
That is your
right.
specialty, Nihal.
Just because you lost a finger does not mean you've lost your touch.
But,
All these tools and books. Looks like Ahmed's room. But where is he?
But, yeah, so... Basically, right, the reason why Voynich at this point is because the lore makes it convenient. Right? Ultimately, that's what it comes down to. It's, the lore makes it convenient to include. Historically, right, why would they include it in the first place in AC4? Is because Voynich is a very, very famously spooky thing and had a big explosion of interest around the time AC4 was in development. It's really not that exciting of a manuscript. For the amount of attention and number of conspiracy theories people have made about it, it's really not that exciting of a manuscript. And frankly, right, there's a couple of people I really respect who do fragmentology, who, like Lisa Fagan Davis, who have done good work on Voynich, and that's about the extent to which I care about that manuscript, apart from being annoyed that people are obsessed with it. Pretty much I'm just annoyed that people are obsessed with it because, like, why? It's a cipher manuscript. It exists in one copy. Good old AC logic, if it's got vague origins and purpose, that's Isu. True.
By Harib. David would love this.
True.
Measuring tools, like my father used to own. But these are Ahmed's.
But yeah, right. If conspiracy theorists have latched onto it, Assassin's Creed loves also latching onto it, because that's super duper convenient for their secret world metaplot. But yeah, right, the extent of what I can really say about Voynich is, it's neat. I just think it's neat. And that is the totality of meaning that I can assign to it. Like, I just think it's neat. Oh, for God's sake.
Ahmed seems to be working on something new. But what?
Surprised we didn't see the Kensington Runestone in AC4 Valhalla TBH. You know, if it weren't for the fact that it's in Minnesota,
The letter says these books
I'd say
are
yes.
for Ahmed. Diagrams, machine tools, and other oddities. This is definitely Ahmed's workshop. But where can he be?
Again,
May I help you?
you're impressed it took this long for this game to make a strong choice, TM, like other Assassin's Creed games? True. And yeah, exactly. The problem at this point is it's reference. It's primarily should be understood as an Easter egg, I think.
Do you know where I can find him?
I may be able to help you. Follow me.
Yes, Hamid. Are you going to lead me into an ambush? A library
Is
assistant.
this your first visit to the House of Wisdom?
Well,
No. A friend and I used to sneak in as kids. We taught ourselves to read in your library.
All young people should follow your worthy example.
maybe not the
The
sneaking in.
caretakers who chased us out of the stacks every day did not think so.
Merely doing the job. And what did you study in the House of Wisdom?
I loved poetry and heroic tales. My friend preferred pagan gods and dark magic.
Shocking.
Interesting. And did you follow your youthful passion?
Shocking.
and
What?
become a
Nihal?
scholar?
When the whole world
Liking
awakes-
pagan gods and dark magic?
No. You might say I am a man on a mission.
Ah, well. What about your friend?
No, she still searches for something.
Yeah,
Though what that is, I do not know.
exactly.
A
Right.
shame. It's not far now. Hurry, hurry. Guards, help! I'm under attack!
Time to finish you off!
Oh.
Plenty of fight left! Don't go off!
I like his sword. I don't think having Who could have foreseen this? Hi, yes.
Please, don't hurt me.
You led me into a trap. I should slay you where you stand.
Spare kindly, Hamid.
Then tell me, where is Ahmad ibn Musa?
Please, sir. I don't know where he is. Truly, I do not.
Then why lead me into an ambush?
He made me do it.
Who is he? Not Ahmad, surely.
I don't know his name. For he always wears a mask.
And what does this masked man want?
He commands me to keep everyone away from the House of Wisdom's dig site.
A dig site.
Or else what?
He will hurt my head. Like with the others. Please, spare humble Hamid.
Where is this dig site?
It's in the wilderness. Outside of the city. Hey, let me draw you a map.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what they mean by hurt his head. But,
the map should lead me to the dig site.
now it's back to the ziggurat. I don't think so, actually. I think it's probably a different... And then an unknown case, the mysterious masked man. And then that. I feel like it's gonna be easy artifact time. True, because those in lore have a tendency to make not enlightened people go insane. Yup, no spoilers. Well, we're gonna get there. But we are going to get there after having a sit down on this very nice rooftop and taking an ad break. So we're going to be back in just a couple of minutes. I just like doing ad breaks in these longer streams fairly regularly so that we can all stand up, stretch, and have other good times. So please do that. We'll be back in just 3 minutes. And if you've been enjoying so far, of course, make sure you follow. And if you want, consider subscribing to the channel to unlock some very good emotes and help support what we do here. Okay, see you in a little bit. Oh, also, hang on. I shouldn't get to snails. Okay. For real. Be back soon. Alright, welcome back everyone. Hope you all enjoyed that brief ad break. If you're just tuning in, welcome. As always, I'm Adam. We're continuing with Assassin's Creed Mirage today. This is our last day of our big, like 5-day long deep dive into it. Though we are nowhere close to the end of the game, so it's probably not going to be the last time we're streaming it. I'm a historian. I work at a rare books library and have graduate degrees in history and published articles on how to teach history using video games. I've done class visits, conference presentations, seminars, the whole works. So we're playing all of that to this new game and being actually genuinely impressed by it. There's a lot to like, and they're doing some really good stuff with how they're integrating some of the historical codex stuff, and the narrative design, and the quest structure, and the landmark system, all together in order to try and give like an Islamic history and culture 101. That's pretty cool. I'm deeply enjoying that. I think it's really successful. We're going to talk about that more at the end of the stream, but first I think we've got a lot more plot to do, so let's get right back to it. Alright, let's see what's up next. We're going back across town to check out this person named Zahra, who is clearly an Order member, who is quite distinctively and obviously an Order member. What with the being named after a diva. Or rather, having a pseudonym that's just a diva.
Poor likeness.
Please stop, game. Wonder if we will see Isu exclamation mark Dagon. Oh no. That's yep, that's a sentence. A scholar's estate.
But nobody's home. Now is my chance to search her place.
The door's barred. What do you think the solution to the door being barred is? And does it break the extremely obviously breakable window? Nailed it. Return the key to the storage room once you're done with it. Do not leave it lying around. Oh. Dang it, don't tell me that it's locked. It's already hidden by an easy bookshelf puzzle. Don't tell me it's also locked. It's also locked. Alright. Storage room. Just joined. How does it hold up historically so far? Arsonist. It holds up staggeringly well. And that's not just like staggeringly well for Assassin's Creed. It's just genuinely, right, doing a lot of good cultural stuff. Its political history and its religious history are not great. They're somewhere between not great and actually quite bad. But in terms of a like cultural history of the region and the period, like there's a lot to like.
Lend me your eyes.
Thank you. Key. That's what I was looking for. Wait, there's another key for something else over there? Odd. Alright. Well, that's the key that we need. That happens to be just another key. That door is also locked. I see. That door is barred. How are you supposed to get into any of these buildings if they've barred the key? Oh. Well, that's how. That's how. We did just get jump scared by the Voidish manuscript. You know, that's a fair point, Peter. I've already barred that from my memory, so don't worry about it. Oh, for goodness sake, move.
إذا أردت المساعدة في التعامل
I don't know.
That's about in the middle between us. I'll come straight after the Fajr prayer. Try not to be too late.
يا إلهي أسترق السمع إلى العلا أفتقد الأيام الخوالي.
I don't know how exactly they want me to go through that. Or if that's even relevant for what we're doing. There's not exactly a lot of other options. But that doesn't look like it's a breakable texture, so off we go. Let's just assume we got the door that we actually need, or the key we actually needed. And that... Oh, for God's sake, use the lift. And then whatever that key is for is something else. Right, they like doing that, right? Where they've got these little, like, black boxes. Or these little, like, self-contained little boxes that everything occurs in. Let's just assume. Having assumed, hopefully not get bitten too hard. Alright. Open door. Up the stairs. Hooray! Oh. Well, that was not quite what I was hoping for. I was hoping for something, you know, new and excitingly painful, and not just the same. A continuation. So that door is actually still locked. Looks like there's some breakable options though. Or, yeah, okay, that actually just fully doesn't go. Or, yeah. How about that? Assume that door is barred. Yep. Yep.
Another book of poetry by Arib. She definitely is popular in certain circles.
I wonder why they're choosing Arib of everyone to be like the poet who is being quoted and quoted and quoted.
Zahra is definitely tied to the order, along with somebody named El Rabisu. Learned all I can. Better get to high ground and get ready. Zahra might return any minute.
The priceless artifact you hold is now nearly ready to reveal its secrets. You know of my search for the traces of those who came before and the care with which they are affected. Once your academic interest is said, I should like to have the manuscript in my keeping. Thank you, Elwood. So, one thing actually, like, low-key, that's super cool that they're doing, right? They've got a lot of these same door-barred puzzles that they've inherited design-wise from Rabisu, our nocturnal vampires. Spirits? Ooh, we love that. I mean, I don't know that we love that because of KG and stuff and that, but you know, that's fine. You're wearing yellow. Well, I suppose that's because you're a clown, right? So, as we looked at...
Prepare a glass of date juice on ice. And serve it with a plate of honeyed bread and pomegranates.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, let's...
Then prepare the bath salts. I am utterly beat.
Great. Fantastic. Ooh, I love that fan.
Paradise is where you find it. That old fool tinkering with his worthless ancient disc and helpless patience. Bah!
Of course, say Daddy.
The real answers are in books. They are always in books. Am I not right?
Always say Daddy. What?
Well, I mean, I agreed. Paradise is in books. But too bad. We're running like crazy. Also, you know, iced date juice with honey bread and pomegranate? I'm hungry again now. I do have honey. I could get dates. Wait, I could just have that. Wait, I've got the power.
Zahra thought that strange book would get their great work functioning. Good thing Hunayn could not translate a single word. I should look for other leads in Abbasiyah.
And skills menu. Make pickpocketing easier? Chain assassinations. Just makes the job so much easier. Really? Time drop while using throwing knives. That's hilarious. Then tools and then tools. Then engineer. Okay, I should build towards that next. Because that's good. Okay, so. Where'd we get to? Investigation. Firstly. Got stabbed, we love. The book is key to the Order's Alru, or plan, and the mastermind in the shadows. Well, we should check out this one then. Okay. So, speaking more about Rabisu, vampiric spirits, that they seem to be fairly sedentary, as their name means lingerers. That's pretty cool.
Go away.
But I want the size. And there's a case over there. Oh, that's a... fine. Contractor request. Without killing anyone. I'm sure this will be fine. Should be plenty of things. Pack.
There is my key holder.
Hang on. Abbasid style. Abbasid artisans combined artistic techniques from Greco-Roman and Persian traditions. They used these in new and creative ways that were widely adopted across the empire and created a distinctive Abbasid style. One of its main features was the use of abstracted, scrolling, and vegetal motifs, repeated again and again. These stylized motifs initially appeared on walls and stucco reliefs, but soon adorned dishes and clothes, as well as books. Historians have called it the beveled style, as it characterized by symmetrical, abstract vegetal forms with contours carved on a slant. First appearing in the first half of the 9th century in Samarra, this style spread throughout the empire in the course of the 10th century. These models were used in combination with other kinds of decoration, for example, painted frescoes and glass mosaics. Abbasid architecture was also decorated with glazed ceramic tiles. In time, covering surfaces with colorful ceramic tiles became one of the most recognized features of Islamic architecture. And it's that recognized feature, right, this combination of the vegetal style, which is then enhanced by geometric tiles, that's really visible in like Nasridi architecture from like the 14th and 15th centuries in Spain. It gets borrowed as Arabesque architecture in well, France, England, Christian Spain.
It's good to see you. Help yourselves to refreshments. I insist. Hey! What? Won't take long!
Well, that went well.
Keep it up! Measure your strike!
Well, that went well. Contractor request failed, but we did get, we got the key.
Now on to my prize. I really should have had more parties.
Should we? Should we though? Phasm. Phasm, should we? Should we attend more parties? I don't think we're very good party guests. I'm gonna be real with you, Phasm.
God! Steve, over here!
Tabban, I need to flee.
Islamic style is gorgeous. Fight me on that if you dare. No. Why would I fight you? You're correct.
That bloodshed was needless.
I mean, yes, but given that the game did not give me a chance to even stealth, stealth is optional for this mission.
Can you believe all this? I thought officers were supposed to be more disciplined.
It's the opposite from what I have seen. Corruption rises up the ranks.
Really? Can I not? Do I have to stand up in order to pickpocket that guy? Shame. Phasm is a killer party guest. You missed a lot, so I guess you gotta get. Why does this game hate the opposite so much? They just do. I couldn't tell ya. Like they just seem to really be on the thought that the opposites are super corrupt, and yeah. Siphon wealth towards the top and have big corruption problems, and it's just bad. I got nothing, right? Because the other things in this game don't hate it, right? The codices don't hate the Abbasids. Other people do. But anyway, the hammam. Before the advent of modern plumbing made private bathing a widely available commodity, the hammam, public baths, served as one of the quintessential institutions of any big city in the Abbasid Empire. They played a central role in promoting hygiene and public health, and were one of the focal points of urban social life. By the Abbasid period, public bathing was already an old tradition in the region. Numerous baths have been built by the Persians and the Romans in their respective empires, which served as inspiration for the Caliphs. The Umayyads, the Abbasids' predecessors and rivals, are famous for their baths that were an important part of their palace conflicts. For example, the path at Khirbat al-Mavjar, near Jericho, was a monumental building decorated with lavish frescoes, mosaics, and carved stuccos in the Greco-Roman style. But no city was as famous as Baghdad for the number, the quality, and the richness of his baths. An 11th century author, Hilal al-Sabi, even claimed that the city hosted 60,000 of them. Bathers visited steam rooms and pools in which the water was set at different temperatures, stimulating the flow of blood and cleaning the body of its impurities through sweat. Hammams were single-sex institutions, with men and women having separate bathhouses or bathing times. They were nonetheless one of the few places where people from different social groups and religious communities could meet to relax and socialize. Poetry contests and commercial, political, and diplomatic discussions were common in these steamy conflicts. Yeah, what I'm guessing they're doing here is they're trying to distinguish between, nice lounging, is to distinguish between the Abbasids under Harun al-Rashid as, you know, the good Abbasids, the good times, which were relatively peaceful and full of good stuff. And then there is, it's under the anarchy At which point, corruption seems to have become widespread. Or they are proposing that corruption has become widespread. And, you know, the peaceful golden age of science, etc., of the previous age, or the previous generation, is broken and gone, and just no longer works. Bye. Here are the news for fueling the steam rooms. Handle them with care. Oh, gotcha. I understand what the gimmick is. I need to use the jar over here to blow up the thing over there, because again, as Assassin's Creed taught us, that is how all... Yeah, they like, that's a genuinely difficult line to walk, right? I think the Codex entries in particular have been notable for their success. Apparently that wasn't far enough. Tragic. Cool about it? You're cool about it. Cool. Bathhouses are super cool, right? Not super my cup of tea, but like they are incredibly important and interesting institution. Seriously? Seriously. Once more with feeling. Using the hot tub in the YMCA in it? Maybe not... Not quite. You know... This damn pull. That's like, you have to deal with BS after the totally surprise ambush? We assassinated someone. We, went to the bath, and we're now in the bath, and we're dealing with being in the bath by attempting to blow up the bath. And, failing miserably because there's our oil cocktail bomb thing is stopped by a wooden pole instead of, you know, the useful things. Oh good, a Zonja Uprising dagger. I'm sure this will be fine. I'm sure this will be totally fine. I have nothing funky going on at all. Actually, I mean, it's a dagger. It sure is a dagger. Yeah. I can use it to stab people. What more do you want?
Back to the way of peace,
Right, what more could you possibly ask for from a knife than the ability to stab people with it? Yeah.
Repent, or you will know God's wrath.
Yeah. I'm working on it, okay? I'll go talk to Claudia, I'll figure out how to repent. Sound good?
As you were.
But yeah, right, I actually like this rendition of it, right? We've got this big steam room, that's a communal area, people are sitting around. Obviously people would not be wearing gracefully arranged towels. That is a, let's not get ourselves too demonetized. Which, thank you. Thank you. Hi. Don't mind me, okay?
So much for staying hidden.
We'll fix that in a moment. I know, right?
That
Everything thus
person
far has
looks
been...
suspicious. I should investigate.
Who looks suspicious? Someone back in here. Someone back in here is suspicious? Oh, I forgot to actually steal the mirror. Literally the thing I am here to do. Literally the thing that I came here to do. Borrow
A
this.
nice piece of work, but I have no time for idle admiration.
Perhaps there's an innocent man in the
Yes, of course. But yeah, it's almost impossible to state the extent to which there is cultural power in these baths. Oh. Shame.
This shard brings me one step closer to uncovering the mysteries of the chamber.
I need to go home.
Shame.
Not part of this.
Heck. Turns out the Scholars Estate is still not a good place to be. Run. Yes, I am a coward. Thank you for noticing. Oh my god, could you please climb, Phasm? Phasm? Please. 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 Just a little bit. Thank you. The Kufa Gate. Well, I'm not actually trying to enter the round city, so don't worry about. Oh. Okay. I mean, I guess. That's good to know that there are convenient spaces that'll let me go around the Kufa Gate without having to deal with anything. This is a pretty kill-happy playthrough. I mean... medium? I don't know, I feel like you could go way more kill-happy than what I've done. Right? You could go way more kill-happy. And it wouldn't even be difficult. Exactly, you really can't harm the civilians at all. And, equally beneficially, but not really... I don't know, the game's design actively discourages that. I think that's part of why... I actually think that's part of why they have this sort of focus on the Abbasids being evil. Right, comically evil Abbasids, yes. But... right, if you do that, and you're like, wow, the common people are super negatively impacted by this, and the whole thing kind of sucks to be them, and...
Here is the drop-off. I trust the right person finds it.
There is cultural, at least some cultural awareness of the Hidden Ones, and the fact that the Hidden Ones are trying to help. Then they go, oh yeah, right, you don't want to kill you don't want to kill civilians, you actually want to try and stay hidden, because doing so actually helps protect people and do good stuff. And yeah, right, is genuinely helpful instead of the sort of fake helpful that you will somewhat frequently see in Assassin's Creed games where it's like, we're doing good, guys, trust me. Stares at all the bodies. Yep. Helpful.
What? Taste this!
Fun sneaky story? Side stories, yes. Let's go side stories. And the same way, by the way, I actually get to walk through these. Oh.
It is all right. I know you.
I cannot place your face, but you bear our mark.
I am Neji, one of Mentor Rayhan's informers. I asked for a more difficult assignment, but maybe I should not have.
Tell me the problem.
I tracked a pair of corrupt guards to the place where they take their bribes. But I do not think I can handle both.
Well done so far. Between us, we can finish the job. Follow my lead.
There we go. Where's the other guard? There? There. I assume we're just trying to, like, stab them.
Hey! He just killed someone!
Time to move.
The bastard cut me! He cut me!
Work the angle! Right!
Besson, you have done it!
Congratulations. Your first official assignment as a hidden one is complete.
Alright, newbie, you gotta
I
work
could
on the
not have done
assassin
it
part of
without
the
your
being
help.
an assassin.
Nonsense. With a little more training, you will do fine.
Look at that guy just tripping in the
You
background.
simply need more
Nobody saw it,
confidence.
don't worry.
You really think so?
I do. Only a rare few succeed perfectly on their first attempt. Do not give up.
Thank you, Basim. I shall report back to Mentor Rayhan and see what he says.
Nobody saw anything, right?
I almost have him. I think.
You think? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. We're gonna encourage that guy and hope nothing bad happens because of it, right? Alright, the Dome of the Axe. I assume that there's a historical marker about this? I assume? Is it inside? It might be inside. Whoop, sorry. Sorry. I'm blending in, don't worry about it. Stealthy. Of course, it's either directly on top or it's inside. Neither option is good for me. You predict more outcomes for that? What's the worst that could happen in encouraging an incapable person to go on assassination missions? Can't think of it. Can't think of anything. It's a flawless strategy. Alright. Fetch me my noble donkey? As hard as it may be to believe, in the opposite period, the donkey was regarded as one of the noblest creatures fit for royalty, and some legends and painted manuscripts depict for the Prophet Muhammad himself. Also for Jesus, who is, you know, the second great prophet. You know, that Palm Sunday thing. those still matter in the Islamic hate tradition and is part of the theological grounding for this. It's just they don't think he's, you know, the Messiah. Which I suppose is kind of the point of the heraldry of the Palm Sunday, but, I'm not an expert in Islamic theology. I'll admit ignorance on that. Anyway, the Qubad al-Himar was built by Caliph al-Muqtafi Billah, ruled 902 to 908, in the southwestern corner of his palace. It is described in medieval sources as a very great in height, with a spiral stair at such an easy gradient that the Caliph could ride to the top on a donkey trained to walk at an easy gait. In order for the slope to be gentle enough for a donkey to climb to its apex with little strain, this building must have been quite tall and large. The dome's name was also very important in another other way. The Year of the Donkey was especially significant for the Abbasid Empire, as it was during this year that the revolution through which they acquired power took place. The Year of the Donkey is also present in some Islamic beliefs related to the Day of Judgment. The Qubad al-Himar therefore had a significant name that contemporaries would have understood as noble, royal, and heavenly. This symbolic power continued for centuries, as shown by the star-shaped tile of the later Ilkhanid period. Well, star-shaped tile with donkey. 13th to 14th century Kashan, Iran. Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York. Hooray! Now. A loud dirty beast and a humble working animal. Exactly, and the other half of it is to deal with right, the idea that the Caliph is intended to be humble. The wealth assigned to Al-Mutawakkil kind of gives that the lie, but at least in theory. Right, the Caliph is supposed to be very humble, and so the Al-Abbas, right, the first of the Abbasid Caliphates, is... Oh, that's on in a different district. Okay. Right, the first of the Abbasid Caliphates, or Caliphs, Al-Abbas, is supposed to be, or is claimed to have only had like 4 cloaks to his name at his death, right? So extremely I'm not gonna say humble, because he still is the Caliph, but deliberately pretty scaled back. And that sort of, well, very performative humility is an important part of the grounding of, you know, the role of the Caliph as representing the virtues of Islam, including the giving away of wealth to support the broader Ummah, or Islamic community. Oop. There's my ghost steal stuff. That's what we're talking about. And also, yeah, the viewpoints, they've really picked a good set of viewpoints here. I know, yes, it's very strange and weird of me. Oh.
No,
well.
you don't! Damn cutpurse! Help! Now, you
Yeah.
I literally failed. It said that he traded his Arabian thoroughbred, that the mercenaries he brought with the glitter of the Umayyad name, for a donkey named Lightning, and used an unfurled green turban as a banner. See? Oh, Basim is in trouble. Nah. We're fine. See? Nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about. See? They've forgotten all about me. Yes. I am also very green. I promise.
يبدو أنه يعتقد أن الدم يدور بين الرئتين والقلب بطريقة ما.
فاجأه الأمر حتى إنه
Hi,
خرج من
yes.
الباب عاري الرأس.
I would love to just pickpocket you instead. I guess you're still a bit riled up, huh? Tragic. No, keep talking. I'm your friend.
كان يصر على أن فنياته طازجة، بينما كانت أعنابه تختمر وظهوره الذابلة تشبه الجلد القديم وتفاحه أسوأ من
Take two's the charm. I have attained enough of Dervish's artifacts to retain an reward. The reward is the history trivia, though. Game, you don't seem to quite understand. I mean, yes, the reward is nice, but the history trivia. The history trivia is where we're supposed to be. An aromatic resin used to create incense and perfumes and harvested from a family of trees known as Boswellia, also known as frankincense. It's one of the 3 gifts brought to the infant Jesus by the Magi in the Bible. See ya! Gotcha, up on the roof again. Of course it's up on the roof again. At some point I'll have a chest that isn't a real pain to get. Right? Don't tell me that's inside. Or if it is inside, at least tell me that there's an easy way to get inside. There is an easy way to get inside. Thank goodness. And it's not a super restricted area that's on lock, that nothing good happens in. It's just here. You love Mirage? It's good fun. I'm a historian, so we're playing it for the history, and we're being shockingly impressed with the history. And so, you know, obviously running around getting all these codex entries and reading all these codex entries is a feature. Oh hey! Chat, if you saw the promotional image for this weekend set of streams, this guy right here is part of... I stole him for the promotional image to go hang out in the corner. Hello, Billy. Preparing medicine from honey, from the Arabic translation of De Materia Medica of Dioscorides, from the 13th century, housed in the mat. It's him! I mirrored him, but it still is him. Anyway, during the 9th century, Persian physicians brought to Baghdad to heal the caliph's ailments were given funds to open and operate 6 general hospitals, or bimaristans, places of the sick. These large structures were open to all and doubled as medical schools. The medicine practice in them was founded on the twin pillars of traditional expertise and empirical observation, with the latter becoming more and more prominent over time. Many works of ancient Greek, Roman, and Persian physicians, such as Hippocrates and Galen, were translated into Arabic as early as the 8th century. They provide a theoretical framework known as humoral medicine, in which illnesses represented an imbalance in the 4 humors: blood, phlegm, yellow, and black bile. Chemical systems that were thought to regulate human behavior. Practitioners therefore needed to adjust this balance through bloodletting, the use of laxatives, or changes in diet and environment. The result is a holistic approach to medical treatment. The Baghdadi physicians were not blind followers of tradition. Most treatments were tried and tested, including writing magical formulae on medicine bowls, and their efficacy was then rationalized by humoral theory. Thank you. Don't say like this is not evidence-based. This is evidence-based. It's just evidence-based in a way that's not correct. One of the most famous hospital directors of Baghdad, Abu Bakr al-Razi, placed great emphasis on observation and experimentation, arguing that questioning traditional values was the basis of medicine. The innovative state of mind led him to distinguish between smallpox and measles for the first time. Right, the idea that you need to question that through rigorous, right, like al-Razi who we saw a letter from earlier, actually, in the House of Wisdom. Right, the idea that, you know, part of questioning traditional values is that you should have really detailed study of symptoms, and then really detailed study of what treatments help those symptoms is very true. But it's not like he rejects humoral theory. Quite the opposite. He still is very much on board with humoral theory as an approach. He just is like, hey, these two things actually are not the same imbalance of humors. They are different and unique and require different treatments. And that is a difference that actually matters. Framing, you know, questioning traditional medicine as in questioning whether Galenic theory is wrong. I mean, it is wrong, but that's neither here nor there. Right? The fact that it is wrong has very little to do with, what were Islamic thinkers doing about it? Or part. So what's my path in? An open window on that side of the colonnade. So if I head out here and then head around the outside, get a nice little pork, I think. As an SLE patient, you're glad we moved from things like bloodletting? Yeah, I'm not gonna exactly defend bloodletting as, great medical theory. Right. I do think, right, the most I will say in its quote-unquote defense is that it is something done rarely and a little bit like in desperation. Right, that's kind of the, heck. All of our usual first stages of treatment didn't work. What do we do? Right, so bloodletting becomes a... As a kidney patient, they still do it. It's just... for investigation and research now. Alright, like if medically beneficial herbs don't work, and removing yourself from the environment in question doesn't work, and other treatment plans don't work, and your regimen of prayer and rigorous sleep and careful consumption of fluids doesn't work, then it's like, heck, what do we do? We're not, at this point we've tried all the usual stuff, and have had no luck in helping you with this thing. So, we can try doing this. It's not good for you. We need to be careful about it, but it might be what we need to do in this specific case. Alright. So if I go this, and then I do this, and then I do this, kaboom.
What the hell is going on?
I've solved the problem. The door is closed, no one witnessed anything. No witnesses. Exactly. Dang it. Not just another up. I was hoping for something a little bit cooler than that, I'll be honest.
Hey, down with you!
And don't worry about it. Having accomplished our task, we're going to run away at speed and aggro every guard in the region.
On my go!
The smoke bombs are such a lifesaver. That's my first time using them as a solution. I need to do that more often, because it turns out they're very good. Hey.
Best I stay hidden.
Hey. Oh, and then another Enigma right in the second floor of this house. I don't know that I care about the Enigmas, but the Enigmas also have dyes, and the outfit dyes have all been good. So I do kind of, sort of, a little bit want that. Oh, well, if it's right there, then I guess. The wanted posters of Basim are great. I think their later period, I think they're like styled after Ottoman materials. But they are genuinely kind of great. And we love that little touch where they could have had a very standard like printed-esque wanted poster. Instead they have something that looks manuscripty, even though the amount of labor that means that we have put into it is, or that people are putting into it to make posters of us is, whew, whew. I mean, we should be flattered, I think. I don't know if I am in practice, but, you know, that would be a sick merch store thing, right? Or, like, the part of the deluxe edition. Oh, a deluxe edition bonus. You get a copy of the wanted poster, because we put a lot of work into it. That's cool.
What?
Oh! Oh, Chad. Here we go. Slavery was a key feature of the global economy of medieval societies and was central to the great cities of the Caliphal Age. Data indicates that the majority of enslaved people would have worked in domestic service, with each household having 1 to 2 of them. Sometimes are depicted in artworks as shown here, where female domestic servants are shown attending a woman in labor. The enslaved population was therefore considerable, and these men and women played a vital role in Abbasid Baghdad. Theoretically, Quranic law forbade the enslavement of freeborn Muslims. However, in practice, this distinction was murky. The key to being legally enslaved lay in a perception of outsider status, which could be defined by religious practice, cultural customs, or belonging to rival political powers. Thus, in the Abbasid Empire, enslaved peoples were brought from the lands of Rum, Byzantine Empire and the Christian West, India, China, Central Asia, Africa, and Europe. Enslaved people were most often casualties of war, and all medieval peoples lived under the danger of enslavement by neighboring rival states. People could be prisoners of war, part of a tribute levied on a submitted neighbor state, indebted people, children sold by their parents hoping for a better life for them, or victims of piracy. In the medieval global economy, the sale of people into slavery was normalized and seen as property exchange. Once legally deemed enslaved, individuals could not escape this status until manumission. Queen giving birth with domestic servants in Hariri's Maqamat. 13th century copy of a 10th century original. Not on top of the thing. Well, at least you had... Oh. Or Basim can just not use the ladder. That's fine too, I guess. Mutasib, Market Inspector. In the bazaar, many dangers awaited. Rigged weight scales, prices inflated by merchant cartels, and counterfeit goods. Luckily, one could count on the Mutasib, or Market Inspector, to keep it real. Appointed by the Caliph himself, the Mutasib had multiple responsibilities. The most important ones were to ensure the use of sound weight scales and measures in the market, and to check that goods were well made and fairly priced. Other responsibilities could include ensuring trade routes were clear of traffic, and that water supplies were not polluted. Falling foul of the inspector or his assistants could be punished in a variety of ways, including fines and the confiscation of goods. Being a mutasib was considered a prestigious assignment, which denotes the value Abbasid society put on trade and integrity within the marketplace. The Arabic root from which mutasib is derived has connotations around calculating and accounting. It was also a pious one, as the word itself came from the religious concept of hizbah, the Muslim obligation to command the good and forbid wrong. The market inspector was therefore an important figure of any Muslim city, and only the most knowledgeable and incorruptible were supposed to hold this office. Notice, supposed to. Obviously, in practice, that, doesn't work quite as well as we would hope. DFA Stefani, thank you. There's a bunch of records of people being fairly or unfairly accused of embezzlement and of taking these appointments and accepting bribes about them. Turns out, that leaves you unpopular. Really? That's not breakable? Alright. And that one again, right, oh, I just have to get to the back. So how do we go about doing this? There must be a spot wherein I can see the... Oh, that's this one again. So they've respawned. Clearly just exploding the inside is not the solution. But, right, so I can explode this, and that opens up the path there. It does not, however, unbar the door. Yeah, I could use a hint on this one. Like, this is not history content. This is just, I want shinies. I care less about the, I care somewhat less about I want shinies. Right, because that's not the hidden window at the right height. That's not a window at the right height. Oh, is there a secret entrance? The best way to find it is with Enkidu. So the war... Oh, there's a key elsewhere in the market that I need first. Gotcha. I see a tailor. See a stable. Where I can unlock a room with carryable explosives and then... There. And then once I've got that one, then I can go off and walk all the way back over here and do the pick. Works for me. Ow. Hey, another history content. Yes, you're staring weirdly at it. Papermaking. The technological revolution played a pivotal role in the scientific blooming of the Abbasid Empire, the diffusion of papermaking. Before paper, humans wrote on clay tablets, silk, rocks, turtle shells, stretched animal skins, aka parchment, or papyrus. Each of them brought their own challenges. Paper, which can be mass-produced, is an even and sturdy material and a much more practical writing medium than any of the aforementioned ones. Tradition attributes the invention of paper to a Chinese court official of the 1st century, Cai Lun, though some forms of papermaking existed in China for centuries before his time. Its usage became widespread first in government and then in everyday life. In the 8th century, papermaking spread from East Asia to the Abbasid Empire. At times, Chinese engineers captured by Khalifa soldiers have been considered the initiators of this movement, but Chinese and Middle Eastern papermaking techniques were quite different, the former using mostly tree fibers and the latter rags. and it's therefore more probable that quote-unquote Silk Road travelers brought the idea with them and adapted it to the environment of Baghdad. From there, paper-making reached Europe in the 11th century. The replacement of costly papyrus or parchment with economical and durable paper had a momentous effect on Abbasid intellectual life. It made book production easier, faster, and cheaper. Book copies could be found in markets and public, as well as private libraries founded throughout the empire. Moreover, the ability to exchange ideas by sending copies of books added to the flowering of intellectual thought across Eurasia, North Africa, and Europe. This gave birth to important discoveries in mathematical, astrological, medical, and technical fields 800 years before the so-called scientific revolution.
That in the round city. They are all wolves. I don't envy him the task.
Alright, what's this last artifact? Come on. A small Chinese box. Inventory. A Tang Dynasty box used to transport a wide variety of items such as tea, cowries, or incense. Alright, Dragon Wolf. Have a good night. Thank you for hanging out. Ah, yes. This locked door. Wait, what? Wait, what? You wanna...
Show me the path ahead.
Okay, I didn't exactly see another key around here, but yeah. Fair play, fair play. There's another one way the heck over there, but that's an awfully long ways away. Right, that's not congruous with this sort of compact... Stay close to me. Right, stay close to one area world design that we usually see here. But, yeah, I know there are guards there. Okay. So that's almost 100 meters away, and that's silly. Okay. Well, never mind then. Frankly, it's not worth the investment. Yeah, right, that's 100 meters away though, and that feels farther away than they normally do. So I don't think I care that much. Especially since that's like the last thing I'm missing in this whole town. Or whole section of town. Like, I didn't intend to go through here 100%ing. I intended to do 100% history. Not 100% total. And those seem to have turned into much the same sentence. Which is an odd experience. I'm not super used to that. You missed yesterday's stream? Don't worry, you missed almost no main story. But we finished up the previous arc where we killed Al Ghul, and then when we are now expanding our influence into the other parts of town, and are currently trying to rescue our friend Hassan ibn Musa, or no, Ahmad ibn Musa, and by going out to a wilderness investigation site. Anyway, Codex updated. Zubaydah bint Jafar. was one of the most famous of the Abbasid princesses. Her charity and pious foundations made her a well-loved figure in her time, a figure whose memory lives on as a recurring character in the 1001 Nights. Zubaydah grew up in the Abbasid court of her grandfather, Khalifa al-Mansur. Legend tells us they chose her name, Little Butterball, to describe how she was the best part of the family, just like butter is the best product of milk. After marrying her cousin, Khalif Harun al-Rashid, she became a powerful political operator and a generous patron in her own right. Her most famous endeavor was the improvement of a pilgrimage route leading from Iraq to Mecca, later called the Darb al-Zubaydah. This was an important charitable project towards which she directed extensive resources. She built herself a large and lavishly furnished palace in Baghdad, in which she hosted her own intellectual debates, poetry, recitations, and theological discussions. After the death of her husband, her son Al-Amin succeeded him as Caliph. A civil war soon erupted between Al-Amin and his half-brother Al-Ma'mun, with the latter gaining the upper hand and besieging Baghdad from August 812 to September 813. Zubaydah supported her son throughout the siege, moving away from her palace to remain with him in the Round City during the final stage of the fighting. In the end, Al-Amin was captured and executed. She was exiled from Baghdad, but came back to the city after a few years. Upon her death in 831, she was buried in what is described as an unremarkable funerary monument, becoming a frequently visited spot for pilgrims about to start the Hajj, wishing to thank the most famous of the Abbasid queen for her charitable works. This is also the person who invented the third gender, kind of, sort of. For the sake of Al-Amin. Okay, we probably shouldn't steal from it or from the pilgrims. That seems possibly weird. You know. Anyway, we've been going for almost 3 hours now, so we're gonna take another ad break, so we can stand up, stretch, all that jazz. If you've been enjoying this, of course, make sure you hit the follow button. Consider supporting the channel through subscriptions, gift subs, cheer bits, whatever you feel like. Otherwise, don't go anywhere. I shall leave you, as always, with some snails. And we'll be back after these messages. Alright, welcome back everyone. Hope you enjoyed that brief ad break. If you're just tuning in, welcome. As always, I'm Adam. We are playing more Assassin's Creed Mirage on our final day of our big mega weekend. If you've been enjoying this, of course, make sure you hit the follow button. And if you subscribe to the channel, you can unlock some fun, exciting game modes, which you may all spam right now with a marginalia moment. Come on, give me the good historical art. I believe. I shall begin. Oh, Spacer, beat it. Beat me to it. Look at them go. The whole collection. Look at that whole collection. Just a little guy. So many good little guys. So many smug little guys. Alright. Look at that party of celebration. Let's hop back into the game while we celebrate. Ooh. Alright, there has been our marginalia moment. So, I believe if we're picking up, we've got something out here in the western wilderness that we actually need to go pick up, figure out what's going on with. Let's take a look at our investigation in order to see what that is. So, track that. It's got stuff there. Wow. Car and the Shakia Bureau. Wow, we've still got a lot of rooms to do around here. Huh. Finish that one. Finishing that one. We've still got 2 more to do before we break our way in. Hold on. Good job, team. Sure. Hamid's map can be found in the investigation menu. I was just here. View details. Alright, an oasis along the way down in the southwest. In other words, around... Hey, the incredibly obvious dig site identifier? Apparently it's right there. Who could have predicted this? Alright, let's keep going. See what we're able to do. Make way for Balthazar. Exactly. But you're at the look. Yeah, I agree. I think there is always a lot to like when they're asking you to just do it yourself. I wish they made it a bit more direct of a link to get over there instead of having to make me click through like 3 different buttons. But you know, that's okay. Have I already been out there? I have not, so I'm guessing there's a viewpoint out here for the entire area.
Yalla, yalla!
Exactly, the game is really good. It's done some really good stuff with its investigation structure, actually asking you to actually look around the world consistently and with some thoughtfulness, which I think is good because that's, you know, narrative design that supports historical design and gameplay design that supports historical design. Anyway.
What was that? Here, dog! Die, you!
Ow. Oh, I was expecting an animation there. No. Cool. Assume this door is barred for some reason? Yup. How could I have predicted that? With all these things around, how could it have been otherwise? And is this one also barred? Yes, it is. How could I have predicted otherwise? And this one just lets me climb up further. Have I had to do any of the tailing missions? Not yet. Actually. They have not made us do a classic Assassin's Creed mission. I mean, they even only had like one paper chasing mission so far. And that is purely just, hey, remember this thing we're not making you do anymore? There's your one. It's easy, it's simple, it's an Easter egg. We don't need to invest a ton of oomph into it. Alright, so... Oh. I see. How? Okay. I understand. No, come on. Apparently this really doesn't have a sink. I'm as surprised as you. No Basim. Up and up. Really? I don't have a way. Find there being something here that I can pick up and set down as a way to climb? Like, this is not enough, right? I can't do anything with this because I can't swing. Get up to any of those, I can then yeet it down. Go fully around the building? I didn't see an entrance on any of these exterior walls. I think that's all internal. So there's not a way to like walk out the front door, walk around, go into the back door. Basim can totally make that jump. A bit finicky. Yep. That's a way to say it. There we go. And we go over here, we go over there, we go over there. We run, we jump there. We run, we jump anywhere we feel like. And then we yeet it at the thing. And we get a loot. Game just being jank. It happens. No big deal. Let's take a look at that new sword. It's a it's a like fancy Hapash. At least it's not ginormous. At least it's not ginormous, I guess. Oh yeah, we absolutely have. There's a whole quest line about an oasis up north. That you know, if we want to help Loki, I mean, no, right, definitely different characters. If we want to help them figure out what's going on, and what's up with like the weird Isu symbols, we've been stealing mysterious shards that'll let us do that. Gotcha, so the viewpoint is the giant rock out here. I was like, I knew there's gotta be a viewpoint around here somewhere. There gotta be. Ow, my ankles. It wouldn't be right if there weren't. Here we go. And we go up this way. And we synchronize. It's a meta plot question, how come the other Norse gods are in Scandinavia, but Loki / Basim was all the way out here in Baghdad? Great question. Go and tell ya. No, literally no clue. Anything super fun of note around here? No, no, no. 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 I took care of that. Cool. Yeah, no, there's truly... Truly nothing of particular note in this entire region, huh? Yeah. Okay. Well. Oh! A unique animation if you just drop off. Would Loki have been significant to be well known by non-Norse people? No. Not even slightly. Alright, well there is evidence that Loki is important before Snorri. Right, there is absolutely evidence that Loki is important in Norse religion before Snorri. That's gonna be as early as the 10th century. Not quite the same thing.
Such a massive dig. What are they up to? I need your help, my friend.
Intel. Hello, friend. What is the energy here? What have we got going on? I hate that for Order of the Ages stuff. I appreciate how honestly this game having the notion that archaeological excavations are a thing that happened in the past. So, I'm with you.
Impressive work, my friend.
But
are you digging up something for the Khalifa?
Never you mind all that.
The remains of past empires intrigues me. Do you mind if I take a look around?
Look at the old rocks all you want, but don't touch our tools and chests.
Okay.
I would not dream of it.
Heat makes me ill. I want to vomit.
That's fair.
Whatever you do, don't ask for Dr. Hassan.
I know. I disappear, just like the others.
Chests may hold clues. I do the thing that we didn't. I mean, this is run like very Hollywood archaeology.
They must have found something important.
When do we get paid, Captain? We will get paid. One way or the other. They don't have much to steal. But it's something.
Are you the leader of this battle-scarred band of war dogs? You must get paid well.
Wait, why does he have a horn on his
want
thing?
to get paid.
Wait, why does he have like an
Care to do a little work
miniature
for me?
elephant tusk on his helmet? Wait, that's silly.
Job, then?
See those fancy Khalifa's
Wait,
men
that
over
gets
there?
sillier the longer I look at
I
it.
might need a hand.
Let's work something out.
Spoken like a true mercenary. Here is a token
Wait,
of my
that's
appreciation.
very silly.
Hey, it's honest work.
Mercenaries will attack the guards if you are detected. Hooray! I'm almost certainly gonna get detected, so that's great. Okay.
Be my eyes, Enkidu.
There we are. Quest objectives, guards. More guards. Come on. Guard there. Guard up there. Two more. 2 more guards. That's a lot of guards. Still not over us using Enkidu as a name? Yeah. I hear ya.
Why does that fool of a scholar travel with so many chests? They are so heavy. I swear they are stuffed with rock. I only need my blade, my water skin, and my bedroll.
Well, that could problem solve. That could also problem solve. Oh. Well, that was an attempt.
Standing guard beneath the sweltering sun. Gaze the geniuses of the House of Wisdom. This will change. Disturb the ghosts of ancient unbelievers.
Whoop. You gotta go to sleep? Alright, it was good to have you around. We'll be playing more of this, but it was good to see you. Alright, let's... I was trying to take care of some of the big scary guys first.
Hold on!
The big scary guys, I mean these two who are still around corners. And then big scary guys. Am I not anonymous? Am I not sufficiently anonymous? There we go.
Nothing important here. I should keep looking.
Target. Target. What? Hopefully that's far enough out of the way. Yeah.
You wait.
Nailed it. Frankly, that was a flawless victory. It nearly would have been actually perfect.
Signature seal on it. Must be his. Interesting. A letter to Ahmed from a Dr. Hassan. Ahmed must be at the hospital working with this doctor. But what is a famous inventor doing with a doctor? It must all come together somehow.
Well, we succeeded. Hey mercenaries, we were spotted. True, but the guards weren't alerted. So that's something anyway. And what do you know? Oh, I need to leave the restricted area, huh? Me. Oh. Still not available. Alright, once more with feeling. There we go. We weren't spotted, show me the man who spotted us. You understand perfectly. Nobody whatsoever detected anything of note. And now we're gone, see? Disappeared. Poof. Teleported. All the way to Baghdad. Well, maybe I can just go down instead. Yep. Goodbye. See, maybe I'll just walk in the front door and take a look at it elsewhere. That seems easier. This isn't restricted, only the rooftops are restricted.
The Bimaristan, where the best healers in Baghdad gather. Finding Dr. Hassan should lead me to Ahmed.
All right. The big glowy door.
Another one from the big side. This time with the broken finger.
I need to find a way into Dr. Hassan's office.
I heard a nurse speaking about such things. Hello, yes, you with the purple. Is that you? No? Shame. Oh, someone with a key over there. Find the head nurse to get a key. Presumably we can do that via either, you know, legitimate means or less than that. Word is packed with victims from the fire of the House of Wisdom. Additional assistance is required. Ah yes, I am additional assistance. Just don't mind me. Okay.
افتقار القيادة المناسبة
بما تطرحه فيزياء أرسطو.
كذا قال استوفير.
لا أدعي أنني قاصر. إني أعتقد أن العلم.
You know what? None of you saw anything, okay? And we get more diagrams of stuff. People doing weird squats.
The symbol of the order.
And the mask.
This all but proves that
Oh
Dr.
hey,
Hassan
it's Mr.
is one of
Mustache.
them.
It's the man with the mustache.
This letter proves it. Hassan is neck deep in the order.
My dear Al-Ravesu, work on the device progresses wonderfully. The engineer will unwittingly provide us the key. The new parts I mentioned last time are en route to the House of Wisdom. We just left the House of Wisdom, like an hour ago. Come on. You drop on the doctors. Don't mind if I do.
Some scholars from the House of Wisdom got burned trying to save the books.
Is that
we need that
the
room
dragon?
for the patients.
Okay.
No, that's Dr. Hassan's private laboratory. It's locked. No one must go inside.
So we just leave the burn victims outside? Will someone answer me?
Please, use your indoor voice.
We are literally
You're upsetting
outside.
the patients.
Dr. Hassan keeps his laboratory locked up. I wonder why.
We are quite literally outside. I'm just saying. Well, that's not the path. This is the path. That was a bit forceful. Really? There we go. Hello, Pizzicato. Good. It's been a while since I saw you last. How are you doing? My thoughts of the game thus far are that it is overall actually very good. It's doing very good history things. There's a couple of things that are not how I would have done things, but for the most part, there's been a lot more good than there is bad. I've been having a lot of fun with it. And I'm golfing. Thank you for the follow just now. Mostly watch the VODs on YouTube. Oops. Well, you've been feasting for content today, the last couple weeks, and utterly starved the rest of the time, but, you know, that's fine. "19 meters away, but largely straight down." Understood.
I don't mean to boast, but I think the ears of
Well, clearly the solution is let me quick smoke on with these guys.
What are going on here? There is nothing wrong with my message. Only the mechanism itself needs more subjects, more work. I certainly do not need some useless inventor meddling with the great work. Am I not the great and dreadful al-Ijtihad? Maybe I should not say that out loud. Focus, Hassan, focus.
Yep.
The doctor is dead. Now to find Ahmed and solve this bloody mystery.
Voila. Does the game embrace stealth in so much that's closer to the eldest title of the series? It's at least less far away.
Basim, what happened here?
Where were you, Ahmed?
I was around. I'm always around. Would you tell me what happened?
Are you aware this man works for the Order?
He called on me a few weeks ago after they found something in the desert.
No.
An ancient mechanism of some sort. They needed me to...
And you asked no questions?
I never ask questions when it comes to work. Do you?
Maybe?
Tell me about this mechanism.
Mm-hmm.
It opens a path in the mind. A path to the ancient world.
It's not Baghdad batteries.
Mechanism somehow seems to open the doors of perception.
It's the Animus.
Have you seen this for yourself?
No, but I heard the stories of those who have. They are lost, Basim, because they think what they saw is reality. They think they belong to this ancient world.
Or
I knew
Sage.
nothing about the Order
Nothing.
being involved. If I did, I would have come to you. I got caught up. You know me. You know me, Basim.
You will leave this place and return to the Bureau. I will not tell a soul.
No, it's definitely the Animus. That's the bleeding effect. Incredible.
How shameful it is that knowledge always ends up in the wrong hands. Isn't it, Basim?
Well. Case unveiled. The great work. Yoink, yoink, yoink.
I do not care for these diagrams.
Enlightenment. It was the barest glimpse of the brightest realm. Its glare stripped me of my shadows, and I knew myself a selfish man. For who am I to hoard what lies beyond the door? The ignorant shall tremble at Al-Ruh, but I, Fazil, shall take them by the hand, and slowly, as children torn from sleep, shall they rub their eyes, blink at the light, and totter trembling into the new morning. Does that mean that the head of the House of Wisdom is also involved? That's the only guy named Fazil we've seen.
A bloody mess. Head bandages. But this is a hospital after all. I should return to the bureau.
Yes, you should. Ahmad ibn Musa. Done. Can I fast travel to the bureau? Yes, I can. Thank goodness. Makes that way easier. Which would suck, because that suggests that the House of Wisdom was corrupt from the beginning. Or at least has been corrupted. Right.
So, Nashi, it looks like everything worked out in the end.
The Bureau was not easy to convince, but I persisted. With training, my hands will grow steady and deadly.
If you pursue your goal with such passion, you will surely succeed.
Thank you for setting me on the right path, Basim. Take this as a token of my appreciation.
Well, thank you. A power favor token. And also, we've got a bunch of skills that we can do. Pickpocket Master. Probably just good, yeah. And then that's another 4 skill points, and then off we go. Oh, there's something happening up top. Wait, why is it happening up here instead of at the... Wait. What's happening outside the bureau instead of inside it?
Basim! Join me on the roof!
Okay.
فلتصحبك السلامة في رحلتك.
Basim! I knew it was you. You're not the only one with eyes that see afar.
So, Tabid, you have filled the streets with eyes and spies.
Such is the life of a Rafiq. Without my knowledge, where would we be?
Yup.
Knowledge is a tool, a weapon. It can be used for good or ill. And the Order is using it for ill indeed.
What have you learned?
Rot runs deep through the House of Wisdom. They are using some ancient
that has
book
not been
open
written yet.
to build a wicked device.
I have heard rumors of this blasphemous contraption. They call it their great work.
The Order is experimenting on people, lethally. I have stopped them for now, but someone called El Rabisu is running things at the House of Wisdom.
Any idea about who this Rabisu character could be?
I have my suspicions about the great scholar, Fazil Fahim.
Yes.
That fragile old man?
The clues I have gathered tell me so.
It could be. The House of Wisdom will be hosting a great symposium
It's
soon.
an interesting approach that it's the guy
An
we met.
informal gathering
Oh,
of
actually, like,
scholars.
meet him.
A
At least
lecture, refreshments,
various
chatter. Even the great Arib will attend. Go, spy out this puzzle with care. But do not throw your blade at the symposium. We don't want to show our hand just yet. But if Fazil is guilty and alone, then like a viper, strike. But you must be sure.
Okay.
Before I act, I will be sure.
Amazing. Let's take a look at this. Go again. Also, I want to talk to Ahmed. Mastermind in the Shadows, Al-Rabisu. So, they've been hinting.
I have posted new contracts today.
They've been hinting.
Nice to see you.
But there's weird things. Unlock.
Have you any new tools?
Be my.
Do I have another tool slot? I do. That extremely not Arabic looking blow dart? Yeah. Yeah. That's fine.
Nothing else?
Upgrade or reset?
Your
tools.
skill.
Take a look.
Alright. We've got. Unlock that. Could unlock that, but I don't think I want to. Light blade. Poison tip. I think we do that. Big charge throws. And then we look at the smoke dart, and we'll unlock that. Increased capacity, or just longer smoke. Silent blast, healing vapor, choking fumes. Wow. Those third level ones are kind of ridiculous. More capacity. Increases how long it is. Increases the effective range. We want to do extended range on that. Cool.
Seen enough?
Yup.
Thank you for
so long.
Cool. Amnesia smoke feels okay. Amnesia smoke feels Amnesia smoke feels very good. But it is expensive. So I mean I'm not gonna be like, wow, that's so ridiculously overpowered. Because, you know, that's an end game. Right, realistically, that is an end game. At this point, you've already won. Be silly. Get a little bit silly with it. Power. And I don't mind having a little bit of a get silly with it power for late game abilities. A little tip with the blow dart. You can use on civilians, just skip the... Incredible. Just skip the minigame. I love
the
it.
symposium should be here. Baghdad's brightest.
Now, the idea of this, like, symposium, I think is a bit silly, right? This is drawing on, like, later scientific revolution ideas of...
He will share the wisdom of the
Neither of those sentences are great. 8 hours real time, go to sleep. But anyway, they, right, this feels like it's a later idea, based on scientific revolution. These lectures would be happening all the time. It's not really a...
of humanity will begin soon. In the meantime, please enjoy our ample stock of exquisite delicacies and tasty refreshments.
Right, this is something happening at the Sorbonne. As far as I know, much more than at, like, the House of Wisdom. Poetry fans. Poetry fans.
Where is Arim? I hope to catch a whiff of her magnificent aura. So rare to see her outside of the round city.
The beloved is in the garden, ruminating upon the perfection of nature.
Oh, to be a flower held in her discerning hands, inspiring such languid verse.
She must be relieved to be free of her wealthy patrons. for a change.
By the way, just historically, if I had to take a guess, the House of Wisdom was inside the Round City.
To find inspiration in common life.
I doubt it.
It's possible that it was at something,
Survey the area, Enkidu.
that it was, east of the Tigris, but honestly, if I had to guess, put my money on any opportunity or any location for it to be in the city, I'd be like, yeah, no, I think it's probably inside the Round City, along with Al-Mamun's observatory. So this is purely a gameplay consideration that they're, like, changing that. In the eastern outer courtyard, so over here.
Hey, Nine Fingers, over here.
What are you doing? What are you doing here?
I told you I'd see you around.
Indeed. And what brings you back?
I want to show you something.
Yes? What's up?
These House of Wisdom boars collect the wildest trinkets and gadgets.
Okay.
I have been here before, Nihad. This is Ahmed ibn Musa's office. Have you been sneaking in there?
Ahmed and his brothers are capable of designing some fantastic devices.
Not all of his ideas are that practical, I'm afraid.
Don't be so smug. The world is full of wonders.
Okay, but like, we're going to ignore that. We're going to ignore that because I want to go meet the poet. Arib. Arib? Hello?
There is that poet Abid loves, whose work keeps turning up in unexpected places.
Spirit of the...
Yes?
Symmetry of sky and sea, but only in thine eye do these two planes meet.
You have read my work. And who might you be?
A lover of poetry, nothing more. And of order. Or should I say, chaos.
I know only one living poet who loves chaos that much. Ali ibn Muhammad. Are you a fan of his pedestrian work?
The rivalry between you two is legendary. It enhances the craft. I cannot choose.
I love that Basim's
You are
also a
most
poetry nerd.
diplomatic. But I would rather seek inspiration among these lovely blooms. Good day.
Ode to Al-Bahamut. We are born on the back of Bahamut below. All that bars us from the black is Bahamut below. All should fall to chaos for Bahamut below. Our weakness will betray us but for Bahamut below. Far too great for mortalizes Bahamut below, and so the ignorant despise Al-Bahamut below. For those wise enough to love Al-Bahamut below shall ever shepherd those above. Yeah, okay. That's what we call, one, in order mention, and two, is order member confirmed, and two, really, at least they seem to get Bahamut more correct, and that they acknowledge that Bahamut is a whale-ish, whale adjacent, and it is said to be one of the great beasts of Islamic thought. A big fish.
It gives me a tingle down my spine. Like I'm nearing a cosmic secret.
Exactly.
You read too much about magicians and lost cities buried beneath the dunes.
You don't read enough. Perhaps there are other worlds, other people.
Wait,
out
Bahamut
among
isn't
the
the
stars.
dragon? Final Fantasy lied to me?
Nonsense.
Yeah, Final Fantasy lied to you. I'm so sorry. Oh, that's that. Yes. I'm sure there's nothing suspicious about this one in particular. Yup. Nothing suspicious. Nothing at all suspicious. Did you? How did Ahmed not realize? Yeah, I mean, Nahal is, you know, alive and not real. So, there's that.
Does this remind you of your nightmares?
No. More like something from the Bimaristan. Or a training chart of the Hidden Ones.
Yup.
Ah, yes. The swift ways to kill silently. Death in seconds.
Okay, so there's that, there's that, there's that. Are we gonna get to acknowledge this one yet? No? Yes. Thank you.
This. I have seen this one before.
Looks like triple helixed. It looks like it's triple
what you
helixed.
wanted to show me?
Yes. It
It's not
reminded
underneath
me
of
of
the
that
tree.
object we found at the palace. What is it?
A drawing from an ancient book.
So, they...
There is something you are not telling me.
Indeed.
You do not want to know what happens behind closed doors.
Yep.
Why? Because you do not know either?
Because, as Derwish says, sometimes it is better not to know the truth behind the things we must do.
The truth, Basim, is that everything is here in front of you. But you refuse to look at it.
Yes.
This is about you. It has always been about you, ever since that night.
I took an oath, Nihal, to leave my old life behind and walk this path of shadows.
And maybe someday you will find the light. But until then, I will walk behind you every step of the way to remind you not to forget who you are.
Yep. Okay.
Is that a threat?
I do not know.
Okay, Nihal. Don't be, sus, why don't you? Those opportunities were completely useless. Apart from confirming that the poet is, also in order.
What is he still doing here? Hunain, you should not be back so soon.
I know. I'm still nervous, but I couldn't stay away from my books.
I guess we must always do our duty.
وداعا.
لا أدري ما إذا على أيا يكن ما تفعل.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
لا لا يهم.
Mingle with the crowd. Who is there to mingle with? Loki is certainly adopting a very different approach to their stage than Odin did. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Come on, I would love to have more opportunities.
I need your eyes, my friend.
No? Just mingle with the crowd.
المستكشفون الخبراء.
May I sit next to you? I find myself not much of one for this. Oh. I see. The short delay is like 17 hours.
That astronomer might be one of them, though I doubt it. Sayyidi, I am honored to make your acquaintance.
Good to see more young people enjoying the House of Wisdom.
Do you think the great scholar will give a good lecture?
Do not waste time listening to his nonsense.
Yeah!
I have written many more edifying and practical books instead.
On which topics?
I have written extensively about sundials,
Yeah!
astrolabes, stars and planets, and the circumference of the Earth.
Fascinating, Sayyidi. I shall read more of your work soon. Wada'an. Sounds like the lecture is about to begin. I should return to the Kahraman. Impressive door. Where does it go?
It is impressive, isn't it?
Those who came before are... What? I said... Never mind. Sounds like the lecture is about to begin. I should return to the Kahraman.
Read my book instead. Yeah, he's another historical figure. Exactly. Another historical astronomer. And I love that we get that spat of this guy's prattles nonsense. Read my work instead.
Is Fazil Fahim's lecture ready to begin?
Indeed it is. Head inside if you please. Welcome, one and all, to the House of Wisdom, center of learning in Baghdad.
Let's take a look.
Indeed,
What are we
of the
seeing?
entire world. I am Fazil Fahim al-Kimsa, first
Aw.
scholar of the House of Wisdom, wisest of the wise. Today,
Wait, is he
I
actually
will
also a
shock you
historical
with what
figure,
may
and we're gonna
sound
stab
like
him?
outrageous blasphemies. Do not fear, good people. Though I am old, my mind remains sharp as steel. Today I speak of mysteries, of creatures from the antediluvian age. Do not the ancient prophets tell us about giants from before the flood who forsook Allah and worshipped false idols? Is it not possible these giants built marvels, works
Yeah,
of
Basil's like,
wondrous
okay.
power, now lost to us?
Zahra and Hassan are both dead, slain by an assassin's blade. They're dead. Sayyidi, I urge you to hide until it's safe.
Apologies, people, but our lecture has concluded. Please, feel free to explore the House of Wisdom's many fine chambers.
Spooky.
You call yourself the great scholar, Fazil. You who burn books and hope the smoke will hide your crimes.
Spooky.
How many did you sacrifice in your search for knowledge?
At least we can kill him privately like we were told.
True. In the name of discovery.
True.
Now you hide within the House of Wisdom. The house you led astray. But I will find you.
Oh, this guy's Sargon.
And I will exact justice for every soul you savaged for your great work.
He is the one with the Sargon mask. Darn. I'm gonna be so disappointed to see him gone.
It is true. Fazil leads the order in Abbasiyah. I need to hunt him down.
Hello.
Gatekeeper, those who came before are... What are you talking? Those who came before are... Let me get back to you.
I don't understand.
Fazil's greatest work.
Lost Fazil's greatest work? Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Looks clear.
I've lost
I can use
Fazil's
my
greatest
weapons
work.
again if needed.
Perfect.
What do you mean you lost the great scholar's masterwork?
I'm sorry. I was distracted by the presence of the famous poet Arib.
Forget the poet. We better find Fazil's book, or we're both dead.
Sounds like part of a passphrase.
Also wasn't staff only? Oh, well.
That book looks out of place, wedged behind a desk like that.
After
A
Fazil
history
Fahim
of
al-Kamsa
the
was a...
great scholar and his magnificent reforms of the House of Wisdom by Fazil Fahim. Not sure if this is the correct volume.
Well, there's one out of place thing.
Looks like somebody left a book in the stairwell.
Meet me on the stairway down the hall. I'll be waiting with our favorite piece of literature, Aisha. Uh-huh. Myra's book collection, books authored by Fazil, must be held in a special collection. The title of his book on astronomy is being used as a coded phrase. Okay. Okay. Self-aggrandizing autobiographies? Now, who would dare to do such a thing? Never heard of such a thing in my life. Okay, so this is all the exploration area. Somewhere around here there's a stairwell. Somewhere in and around the stairwell is a path to the relevant book, maybe. Possibly.
This letter mentions a private reading balcony. Might be where the reader has taken the book.
Yes, this is the one we need. Because it's the astronomy text.
I better not use my weapons here.
The library is northwest side. Wait. Where am I? Where am I according to this? I am currently 1 quadrant off. That's alright. We have power. By power I mean run, 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 run. Run, run, run. Up and over.
An impressive volume. Written by Fazil Fahim.
Well, well, well.
Could be his masterwork. Its title is Those Who Came Before Are Those Who Shall Return. This has to be it.
Many stars in the sky for a riddle, a puzzle, but one that should only be considered by great scholars, protected by guards, well funded. Only in such lofty conditions can these heavenly mysteries be fully contemplated, free from superstition and dogma of the ignorant masses. I see, we've been doing great. Yep. I see we are having just...
I better not use my weapons here.
Extremely unproblematic. Nothing to worry about. Nice to see that the Order of the Ancients is as enlighteningly atheist as it always has been. Yeah.
How exciting. What do you think frightened the great scholar?
That's a good question,
The old
Ari.
fool must have imagined one of his antediluvian creatures.
Oh,
He's an
Ronnie.
absolute disgrace.
Yeah, they're...
But where
exactly.
did he run off to?
There's rumors of hidden passages beneath the House of Wisdom. Maybe he hid down there.
I have heard the rooftop gardener mention these places, yes.
What a colorful detail to include in my verse. The scholar by secret tunnels fled, chased by delusions of deities who want him dead.
Ooh.
Pardon me, but I heard a rumor about a hidden basement beneath the House of Wisdom.
A secret basement?
Did I understand the East
You
was
must be
Nephilim?
joking.
No, that's
not
what the
at all.
lecture is literally doing.
Surely, such a large building must have basements and cellars to store books and inks.
But
I'm
yes.
aware of no such location on these premises.
Oh.
Perhaps a little token of my appreciation will jog your memory.
Most generous. Murders, mayhem, and
Cordova's
bonfires.
looking nice these years.
It's time
You
for me
got a
to
good
depart
like
the House of
100 and
Wisdom.
something years
Baghdad
before
has
things
a
go to
fine
shit.
carpet shop in Samara. He always wanted me
No,
to
don't
take
go
up
to
the family
don't go
trade.
to Samara
A
right
wise
now.
choice. Now,
No, don't,
about
no,
any hidden
no,
cellars.
wait, kid, Karaman, my sweet boy. Going to Samara now?
Oh, yes, of course. Forgive me. Now that you mention it, there is a basement hatch in the northwest courtyard.
Thank you. Gatekeeper.
Those who came before are
those who shall return.
correct.
Personally, I think
proceed.
understanding of the Isu as Jin might have been a bit more appropriate than as Nephilim. I would agree. But, they have prior precedent for treating it as the Nephilim, so that's fine. Staff, yes, it's true our scholars need a clean workspace, but do not disturb me with trivia about cleaning, dusting, and lost books. Show some initiative. Further interruptions shall result in flogging. Well, you can tell he's an old fogey because he wrote that on papyrus. Obviously. Obviously. Rebisu, you consider yourself the great scholar, do you not? And as you will tell one thing with ears, Alruh is the great work. Why then, with such an abundance of greatness, is there such lack of progress? You gave assurances, I expect you to honor them. Al-Mardikwar. Alright. It's time.
I can use my weapons again if needed.
It's time. For steps. That was supposed to be subtle, Basim. Basim. Honestly. Alright, Vildrim, have a good night. We don't have very long left. Right, we're just finishing up this.
Hold on!
One.
Wait,
Kind of this one assassination, and then we'll kind of do our wrap up for the long weekend. So have a good night. Oh.
Hey, what?
Yes, yes, yes.
Won't run so well once I plucked those eyes out, huh?
I'm not running. I'm lying in wait. I was quoted by the great future man Aaron Burr. Wait. Well, that was interesting. It almost worked. It didn't actually work, but it almost worked. This must be.
Not use my weapons here.
Yeah, that's the other entrance. Cool. That's interesting. I like that they give you. I like that they give you that chance to have your own kind of opportunity.
Hey! Damn you!
Heck, that was not lethal. That was. Oh. Ow. Ow. I'd much prefer that you stand over here, okay? Dang, he's kind of rolling me.
got all day.
Joke's on him. I am not the one who gets... I am the one who rolls, not the one who gets rolled. Do they have two-handed swords? I don't. Think so, but I also don't know. Well, that's not great sounds. How y'all doing?
There is a deep wrongness here. A reek of rotten iron. Those robes might help me get closer to Fazil.
Cool. Right from the other side.
What have they done to these people?
Don't worry about it. Just gonna borrow this guy's clothes. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Poor guy will not need this anymore.
True.
This should help me blend in.
Ah, yes. Ropes.
Please, take me back there. I don't belong here.
Where is my phone?
Hello. I wish to be shown the bright shiny.
Subject! In here, now!
I wish to be shown the bright shiny place.
There are horrors here, but the most terrifying thing is that I have seen it all before. Somehow.
Who dares meddle with my great work? Killing my allies and spoiling my lecture. It's an outrage.
It looks like the handiwork of a trained assassin.
Must be some faction in the Round City. Or one of those jealous broods in Sharqiyya.
These killings were too subtle for mercenaries.
No matter. Once I understand how the mechanism works, I will prove myself to Al-Bahamud.
Yep, Al-Bahamud is definitely the Grand Master of the Order.
In here, Lackwit.
Okay. Participate in the ritual. I mean, I guess. What could go wrong?
You are new, aren't you? I don't recognize you.
It is a giant astrolabe. Yes, it is.
They promised you gold when you volunteered, yes? No matter.
Don't worry
What you
about
are about to behold surpasses all worldly riches. Don't be afraid. Are you afraid? This is my great work. I call it Arwah. It will take you on a journey to another realm. Why did the first ones leave this world behind, filled with fools, I wonder?
Thankfully, they don't notice the lack of a finger. Exactly.
We call this the House of Wisdom, but its foundations are unsound. For beneath the House of Wisdom lies the Dungeon of Ignorance. And upon such dark secrets, we build our philosophies. Science is the noblest purpose. Knowledge is the greatest power.
No.
No? Then what?
Justice.
Alright, Batten got the growl of it right now. But this is fine. He's fine. Hi,
This
Sargon.
may be the place. It may be here where
Bad.
lies absolute knowledge.
is not how I remember it. Behind the doors, it looked brighter.
Mm-hmm.
But in the end, all we see is darkness.
Thank you, Memory Corridor. Yes, darkness. Wait, this isn't heaven. Exactly. A spirit who looks like they are exclusively made of smoke instead of made of the opposite of that.
I need to get out of here. Get back to the bin.
Case closed. The great work. Hey, hey, hope you're doing well. Thank you very much. I am doing great. No, I was so worried we were gonna just do that thing. I'm sure we will later. Oh, I'm sure. In the meantime, another road.
He believes in these ancient beings.
Voynich.
The masters of memory.
Translation of that damned nameless book. Yeah, the Voynich manuscript. Brethren, what the Khalif said, we have been deprived of a valuable pawn. Rest easy. The board is reset, but new pieces are in play. From the ashes of all that we built shall new fires be kindled. Fan the flames of dissent, sow suspicion, etc., etc. Anarchy is our ally. Order shall rise from chaos. Al-Bahamut Raz al-Afa. Wait, did they just... Okay. Thank you, Al-Bahamut. Al-Rabisu, I hope your progress this month on Al-Ruh has been superior to your previous performance. The device is essential to our goals. I myself yearn to try it again, to taste the infinite, to experience that unworldly rush of incipient paradise once more. It is exquisite. Yours in the order, Al-Ruh. But yeah, now that we finished two of these, now that we have finished two of these, I think it is time for us to wrap up here by heading over to the thing. Back over here. Head back to the bureau. Actually, we can just head over to the bureau. Go to the bureau. Hooray! And they can be confused as to why we are wearing weird, like high effort, cringe robes.
Basim ibn Ishaq.
How did you find this place?
It's not that well hidden.
Easy. I just followed the trails
Get
of
the
blood.
drip?
You should not be here.
Do you talk to him?
Sometimes. Yes.
But he does not answer. I do. We have drifted apart since... since that day.
Shocking. It's almost
but what
like
we have seen back at the palace. This light. These sounds. We cannot have possibly forgotten.
Unlike you, Nihal, I keep the past in the past.
I'm
you call
so sad.
yesterday the past? And this jinni of yours. This repulsive shadow that crushes your chest. Has it crawled back into the past too?
No. It is still here. Sometimes, even in the day, I feel its breath on my neck. The nightmare invades the real world. Or has always been part of it.
This is part of your reality, Basim. I am a part of your reality too. I am your past. Tell me, Will you leave me there?
Yep.
In the dark corners of your
This
memory?
is an alternate universe in which AC Valhalla never happens, so yep.
I will not.
Come on, Basim. We totally should.
If you could invent a mechanical rug sweeper. Basim.
It is done.
And how did it all play out?
I'm afraid this is a tale for another day. We will save it for one of our campfires.
You have done well, my friend.
Better get back to my work. You know how easily I get bored. Thank you for what you did, Basim.
It is the truth. You have done well. One last thing. Arib. Was she...
Mechanical medieval Roomba? Yes.
Not that I know. But we must remain vigilant.
She's totally involved. Not directly, but is writing praise of Al Bahamut. So, I mean... It's hard to not seem like they're involved with that. Now, rank achieved. Novice. Oh. Fair enough. We've killed 2 major people and only... Okay. You know, that's fine. That's fine. We'll pretend it's fine and that I'm not mad about it. Oh, I have an initiative element die. Wait. Wait. There. In drip. I have become thoroughly dripped out.
I have seen new contracts on the board.
Look at it. That being said, we're going to throw into a quick ad break, and then we're going to finish up with some Google Doc content, just summing up the thoughts on the game, because I think that's as far as we're going to get in the story in this weekend. So, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes, and then we'll have a bit of a concluding discussion as to why I think the game is good. And that'll close out the, not the playthrough, but this very long weekend of streams. Alright? So, don't go anywhere. I shall leave you, as always, with the snails, and we'll be back soon. Welcome back, everyone. I take it Assassin Kitty has been demanding immediate attention. Let's fix that. Where are you? There you are. Hi. Alright, so welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed that ad break. As always, I'm Adam, historian, academic, Twitch streamer. And we're going to wrap up Assassin's Creed, Mirage, or at least, I should say, our Assassin's Creed Mirage Mega Weekend, because, turns out, I think at this, we are out of time, but I think we have accomplished a fair bit, right? Enough to be able to speak with confidence as to what they're doing well, what they're doing poorly. So, let me find a good spot up top here. Ooh, a new talisman. We got for being a novice. Rank 2. It still isn't as good as just a rich one. Still. Wow, we've nearly beaten that one out. We've nearly beat that one. Car wants to be novice, and then Round City is more expensive. Cool. Cool. We'll leave this here, and we will migrate over to the dock for our wrap up. This will have to be pretty quick, unfortunately. But that's okay. We shall do what we can. Oh, please don't have this lag while typing the whole time. This is gonna be terrible. Thank you, yes. Mirage. Mega, we can wrap up. So, let's just start off with, question number 1. Does the game represent, 9th century Baghdad? Right, in academic terms, there's often a discussion that shows up, of, like, accuracy versus authenticity versus whatever, and, if we're judging it purely on accuracy, right, is this an accurate depiction of Baghdad in the 9th century? Absolutely not. Right, so we have, what, 13th century or later sabers, or we'll just call them swords. West African architecture, Indian architecture, clothing crimes, etc., etc. Right? So we do have a pretty big hodgepodge of stuff being put into the game over a span of, well, we can say up to about 800 years of historical discrepancy. Right. Is it more accurate than AC Valhalla? Actually, no, right? If we're sticking on a strict thing of, is this thing more accurate, right? Is everything all from the same time period? Is everything constructed like that? Etc., etc. Is this using a smaller geographic area and a smaller time period than Assassin's Valhalla? Not by a super significant amount, right? Maybe there's less outright invention, but insofar they're still pulling, 800 versus 1100 years, right? It's like not that ultra significant. Okay, except, Wicker Man and Bronze Age Ireland are kind of outliers and should be disregarded. That being said, AC Mirage feel more historical, and is it more historically useful than ACV? Very much yes, right? It is both more useful as a historian, trying to teach people about the period, provide this introduction, understand what's going on, and it feels much more lived in, much more historical, much more authentic to the period than AC Valhalla does. So that begs the question of course, what constructs authenticity, right? Within this game, what are the things they feel are important? 1. Historical collectibles, right? Well, this is not the most important. This list is in no particular order, but it does matter, right? So they have historical collectibles. So the Derwish's prizes that you pull up are just kind of around, right? They are things that are generally roughly contemporary, pulled from across the trade world of the Abbasid Caliphate. 2, language and calls to prayer as a subset, right? They have a lot of linguistic diversity, they have a lot, they have the call to prayer, they have things that are seen as like very much what was spoken and what the soundscape of the city at the time may have been like. Thing 3, architectural styles. Beveled, trade, or mosaic, ceramics, right? And 4, NPC diversity and behavior. Right, does anyone have anything to add to that in terms of what makes Baghdad feel super duper lived in, right? We've got a really good soundscape for the city. We have a lot of historical collectibles, both, right, the lost books are texts that are actually circulating in this period. They've got the language, they've got, oh yeah, you're right. Absolutely. 5 named landmarks and people. Yeah. Absolutely. But then they're also building on that, right, by thinking about having 6... I think that's the historical collectibles, right? Raptors. So, right, Derwish's artifacts, the lost books, and honestly, even just the random pickpocketing trinkets, well, those are a little bit iffier. Right, given how much stuff there is. Oh, you mean like the diagrams? Sure. Yeah. That makes sense. That is different enough that I would agree that is its own thing. Yeah. Museum replicas displayed in game. Right, there's more stuff going on. Right, we'll get around back to the like conversations and the codices, because those are interesting, but I don't think those are like integral to the idea of making the world feel lived in. Right, making it feel on a basic level authentic. That's like a second order thing that I think we're gonna get to. Because I think that starts bleeding into narrative design, and once they start bleeding into narrative design, you can really start seeing a little bit more of the pieces. But just on like a wander around the world state where it makes it feel good. Yeah, like six-ish pillars. Cool. And by NPC diversity and behavior, I mean, of course, diversity of origins, right? We see black people, we see Moroccan people, we see Spanish people, we see Slavic people, we see Chinese people, we see... Actually, I don't know that I identified as Southeast Asian, but we see Turkish people, we see Persian people, we see Arab people. We've got all of this diversity. We can see Jewish people with Rebecca. And so we get a lot of kind of historical diversity represented, and creates this like shifting fabric of different clothing styles, different languages, different people wandering around the city that feels really good. Then what constructs the historicity of the game, right? That is, of course, the previous things, right? Make it feel lived in. And then we've got the Codex. 2, we can repeat named characters appearing in levels and set pieces. We can think of like Al-Farhani. We can think about Banu Musa, etc. Oh yeah. See, religion have an important and respected position? That's tough, because I can't actually say that I think they did religion super duper well. Certainly it's better. But we can say, we'll say 3, religion, question mark? Religious diversity, yes. Deep presentation of theology and ritual, no. Right. Kharijites? No. So I'll leave that as a question mark, because religion, broadly, I think is too broad, but there is something there, correct. That's definitely correct. Named characters, religion, historical trivia in collectibles. 5, folklore references. Right. The main way it does history is by text. Luckily, its text entries are phenomenal. And the secondary way, actually, museum artifacts. Artifacts with crediting. Right, so it mostly does text and still image as how you're communicating it. Very akin to, you know, a gallery. You go into a label, you see it, and then you have the physical object, and there you go. These labels are way too long, right? As much as I like the Codex, from a museum studies perspective, they're way too long. Right? Now this chat obviously is going to go like, wait, what? Because my chat, I'm sure, skews in the direction of let's read everything, and we love you for that. But generally speaking, how many people are probably reading through the entire Codex? How many are skimming it? How many are fully not engaging on that? Right, maybe remove the notification, pick up the thing, and then not really worry about it? Right, the odds of reading the whole thing is probably... Right, I want to do a poll. Actually, I'll do a poll tonight on Twitter, let that run, of how much of the Codex do people actually read. Because I'll be curious to see. Reading in games is a lost aspect for gamers nowadays. It's not just gamers. Right? Received wisdom for museum studies and like museum institutions is that if you're writing an exhibit, the average amount of time someone will spend at each kind of display is 6 seconds. The longest label that you can realistically persuade someone to read is 75 words. This page of text right now is more than that. We haven't said a lot. We really haven't said anything. But like 75 words. is really what there is. And so that's tough, right? That's pretty tough. Probably just look at some key places I find interesting sounding or looking. Agreed. So the codex needs to exist in a way that supplements the game world's depiction, and the game world needs to serve to be sufficiently authentic and interesting and cool that people will then want to go learn about it more and see, wait, what is this place? What are the cool things? And so the game needs other mechanisms to give you that exposition. And that's where these named characters do a lot of that heavy lifting. Right? So, multiple times throughout this, we've seen named characters basically just kind of stop and give you a rundown of what the heck's going on, right? We saw that with Tabir in Alabasia, where we just were like, hey, here's a bunch of questions that we can ask you. And those are basically exposition, right? Since they're voice acted, since it's whatever, people are actually more likely to listen to those. But you can go, yeah, here are these figures, and they can give you like the 8.5 second long summary, or there can be this little side story about various treatises. And you maybe can't give the deep history of like what's the commentary on Euclid. You just have to be like, hey, here is the commentary. But it exists. The historical trivia in the collectibles, right, where we see, I don't know, Abbasid period bone dice, or we see Persian talisman, or like a Zoroastrian symbol, or we see a Babylonian lion's head. It's like, okay, these are a bit silly. These are kind of weird to have around, but they have a little one-sentence description that is a historical factoid they can just kind of throw at the player, and then they move on. That's useful. And then we get more straightforward retellings, right? We get some folklore references with like Al-Ghul, Al-Bahamut, etc. But right in the 40 Thieves quest, it's an altered, but not that far altered, story taken from the 1001 Nights and played fairly straight. Made less gross, but otherwise played fairly straight. But if these are the mechanisms that they use to construct historicity, right, there's really only two paths forward, right? Well, now we can move to narrative. Assassin's Creed has basically always chosen one of two strategies to these pillars. And I think these pillars do kind of persist throughout the franchise. Right, strategy one is, ask biographical / political history. Right? AC2 is a fabulous example about this. Machiavelli, and Leonardo da Vinci, and Lorenzo de Medici, and the Pazzi conspiracy, and Rodrigo Borgia are like, the story, almost in their entirely idea, revolves around them. So you got these historical figures, and they are the plot, they are the movers and shapers of the world, and the assassin conflict kind of chunks along with them having to be assigned good guy, bad guy within that framework. Right, AC4 does the same thing, but a little bit better, because it's a type of source that works better for it. Right, so you get Blackbeard, and you get Ben Hornigold, and you get Mary Read, and you get Jack Rackham, and you get etc., right? The governor of Spain, and the governor of Jamaica, or the governor of Cuba, I suppose. The governor of Jamaica, the governor of etc., etc. So you get all those, and you can take this very, like, source says plot, 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 and then you have to kind of fit the assassin narrative into some gaps in there, and fit your fictional main character into some gaps in there. Option number 2 is cultural scientific history, heavily fictionalized plot. So, we get this sort of cultural scientific history with a heavily fictionalized plot, right? The best Assassin's Creed games pick one of these two strategies and commits to them. Right? Commits to them really hard. The older, really good Assassin's Creed games do this one. The newer, really good Assassin's Creed games do this one. This is potentially a hot take, but the ones that are bad don't commit to one of these strategies well enough, and they try and do a little bit of both. Right? So, Unity wants this really chunky political history that is about, well, the French Revolution, but also has a heavily fictionalized plot and wants to try and explore kind of 18th century cultural discourses. And so it ends up like running face first into ideologies where, to get you to meet these figures, it has you say the French Revolution was or has us be aggressively royalist. Assassin's Creed Valhalla has just pinballs one to the other, one to the other, one to the other, where it's once this like really crunchy historical narrative based on the so-called Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, where you get to see what Ingvar and Hubba are doing, and Alfred the Great, the life of Alfred the Great, and you get to meet these historical figures and participate in this political turmoil, and so you meet Sheolwulf, and you meet Halfdan of York. But it also wants to really think about the Viking Age's culture. And so it has individual good moments, right, where it does each of these things relatively well, but it never stitches it together into an experience that feels cohesive, because these are narratively and structurally super duper duper different ways of doing this. Right? What's the feeling, chat? Agreed? Is this the historical disciplinary theory of Assassin's Creed? Have I cracked the case? You think so? So, it should get without saying that, that's what Mirage does. Having not played any games in the series after Revelation, you can't comment on detail on games after that, but I do think you're onto something. Here's the thing, I think Revelation is actually another one of these cases that actually largely focuses on this. Insofar as that game is doing history, there's not a lot of necessarily political movement. There's been just a lot of, there is a lot of thinking about like Ottoman culture and the Ottoman conquest in broad terms. But really it's a lot about this one. There's also obviously a lot of other things that go into good or bad Assassin's Creed games. Right. There's a lot of other things that are going on as well. So, right, a game can commit hard to that and then kind of still fall flat on its face. Because it just doesn't execute very well. Or it doesn't give space to those considerations. But broadly speaking, right, I think one of the problems I have with, like, the big RPG Assassin's Creed games is that they really struggle to pick one. Right? So, Origins is probably the closest to one that successfully walks that line. But, like, Odyssey really kind of does aggressive amounts of contrivance in order to make any of it continue to try and have it both ways, including giving the, you know, Spartans a navy. Yeah, or... yeah, you know, I'm gonna commit to that. Origins is the closest it's come to doing both. By having, like, the crunchy political history of Julius Caesar, and then otherwise being, oh yeah, let's think a lot about, you know, the culture space of Ptolemaic Egypt. And then does, you know, some wild Orientalism with Cleopatra VII, but that's fine. Spartan Navy? Yeah. You know, the Spartans who famously, you know, had a navy. And were good sailors. And weren't completely outclassed by the Athenians at sea. Anyway. What are the consequences of this choice? Right? Or how do you execute this choice really well, right? So, if we agree, that's doing a heavily fictionalized plot. Let's think about what Mirage does very badly for those fictionalizations, right? So other than Al-Mutawakkil and Al-Mutaz, we don't meet any political figures directly. At least in the game so far, right? Right, in the game as far as we have gotten, we meet Al-Mutawakkil, we meet the future Al-Mutaz, and end of discussion. We meet other people indirectly, right? We meet other people indirectly. Ibn Tahir, Wazif, etc. Right, so we get missives in the Damascus Gate jail. We got a missive from Muhammad ibn Tahir, the Tahirid governor of Baghdad, saying, jailers, please don't be jerks. We get a missive that talks about Turkish mercenaries loyal to Wasif in the Round City. right? We meet people who engage with politics. Ali ibn Muhammad, the Banu Musa, some of them engage with politics, but they are not primarily political or military figures. That's just not a space we're operating in. And so the actual plot of the anarchy at Samara is portrayed atrociously. Not only are we having people decide, you know where I want to move in 862? Samara. Sure about that? They just murdered their second... Okay, they just had their second Caliph in a year die at Samara. You sure you want to move there? Right? The factionalism between Wasif and Bugha is not shown. Al-Mutaz's exile and his return and his trying to rally or create a counter caliphate out of Baghdad to that at Samara, not shown. The fact that there is a caliph in between, right, or the Khalifa election after al-Mutawakkil's murder, not shown. Not even discussed, mentioned, or described, apart from saying, oh, Al-Mutaz was passed over for his cousin. There's someone in between. Al-Mutaz has an older brother, who is briefly the Caliph. And we don't get it. Right? We don't see him. He's not appearing in this game. Even such a basic detail as where was Al-Mutawakkil when he was murdered is completely changed. He was in Samara when he is killed. Not Anbar. So, the actual political history is portrayed atrociously. This is not what this game is about. We get a few mentions of people that imply a broader political space, but very little else. I do wonder if we'll meet more political figures when the main plot moves into the Round City. Absolutely. I would fully expect that to happen. But they haven't really laid any groundwork for that, right? I guess the closest I come to it is saying, oh yeah, the industry, right, north of the city we have all these workshops, and it's the head of all these workshops that's the bad guy. And in the west of the city, we're like, oh, we've got the House of Wisdom, and the head of the House of the Wisdom is bad guy. I'm guessing when we're in Al-Karh that the member of the Order of the Ancients will be the market inspector at Al-Karh. If I just had to go pure vibes, I am almost certain that'll be the market inspector for the soap in Al-Karh. Al-Karh. Gotta get my arranged correctly. And then we move into the Round City, and then we get a political figure, right? That would be my expectation. Which, you know, is probably a very valid point. We'll leave that as a question mark. We'll find out eventually, and we'll adjust as needed. The other thing that's actually very bad at doing is religious history / theology. Right? As much as I like the fact that there are Nestorian Christians, we absolutely love to see that. As much as we like that there are acknowledgements and references to Allah and the call to prayer, and treatises that involve religious elements that we have found throughout the world. Overall, it's actually really bad at showing religious history of this period, right? This may change in Al-Kar. Again, there's a chance this changes, because in addition to its markets, Al-Kar is known for having a large Shiite population. And so, this may change. But right now, there's been not a whisper of it, and I don't really expect there to be. Right, but there's no chunky exposition conversation with Ali ibn Muhammad to talk about, hey, what do you actually believe in? Right? And use him as a spokesperson for the Kharijite movement. Just like vague nonsense about, oh, equality and freeing the oppressed. Which, you know, valuable, right? I say nonsense, but I don't actually mean that. Good on you, but not what the mechanism of that is. And the fact that that's Kharijite theology and kind of adopting and in some ways resurrecting a about 200-year-old religious political dispute dating back to the first fitna. Like, we don't really get that, and that crunchier Islamic history. And that sense of, you know, what are the religious disagreements? What do different theological traditions, how do they engage with the anarchy at Samarra? What happens? Last thing I think the game is actually pretty bad at doing is, of course, human-environment interactions or environmental history. There's promise here, right? There's promise. We see the canals, we see the farmland, and the farmland being made distinct from the desert, and people working on those farms, and the water wheels you need to make that happen, and all of that, right? The need of the Caravanserai in order to help navigate big trade networks. There's promise here. But it's all very superficial. And so we're not really getting a broader sense of a more generalized rumor of ecological crisis or of eco-social crisis that is happening in this time period. It still is fairly early stages, but in the 3rd century Al-Hijra, there is sort of, in the Middle East, there is catastrophic flooding in the 870s, and there is generally environmental downturns that get turned into a social crisis with reduced crop yields and increased difficulty of routing food and other supplies to urban centers. So given that, right, we don't really get any of that. But of course, that's expected. So while I'm not overall impressed with it, I think it is better than most other Assassin's Creed games. That's not nothing, right? I think we can agree with that. It's better than most AC games, it's just the bar is not super duper high here. Anyway, with that, we can get to the much longer list of things the game does well. And to do that, I think we have to, at this point, speak of, right, what vision do I think the game has for itself? Right. right, my sense is, right, that it's got basically 3 goals that are all very closely intertwined. The easiest way to sum it up is that it wants to be Islamic Studies 101. And it wants to avoid being Orientalist. And it wants to provide this really, like, this snapshot that condenses the whole world, right, the Islamic world and the history of Mesopotamia together and do this big scrunch on 2 different planes of existence to let players get a pretty remarkable snapshot. Is this risky? Yes. Do they navigate it pretty well? Also yes. So how do they go about doing this? They make a couple of really smart choices. Thing number 1, they prioritize wide over deep. Right, well, there are archaeological dig sites in the wilderness that are centuries post-dating the techniques of and purposes of digging and ancient ruins in that time. Yes, if I could type, that would be helpful. And they avoid the other thing they could have done, which is the thing they did in AC Valhalla all the time, which is have super duper exposed ruins that are part of the urban landscape. Think AC Brotherhood here, where you just have tons of Roman ruins left exposed because they're iconic to you. Right, they could have done this. Ctesiphon and Seleucia are not very far away. And so you could have scrunched, right, a different studio with less care of vision, could have kind of scrunched Seleucia into the map to give you this very Persian, and then further crunch Sasanian and Achaemenid Persian together to give you this big cool ruin space that you can explore. I think it's quite notable that the folks UB Bordeaux didn't make that choice. Right? They could have. And, you know, maybe way down south in this other wilderness of Kark, there is something more. There still is room for this to change. But they do kind of go like, no, Baghdad is a quintessentially Abbasid city, and so the priority needs to be taking the geographic spread of the 9th century Islamic world and squishing that in. And then they use landmark systems to kind of poke at other things. Right? The archaeological sites don't really go to anything, right? There's not really exposed ruins. They're not super identifiably like Achaemenid Persian sites. The one exception is the ziggurat, which is still exposed in this period. Right, so they restrict themselves to things that we know are 100% definitely exposed in this period. And then after that, right, after that they start trying to do the deep side in other ways, right? So they can use the ziggurat as an entry point. Then, we can also look at the codex entries, right? which often mention continuity with earlier periods, really trying to give you the sense that the Abbasid period is very contiguous with earlier periods, not just Umayyad, but Sasanian and pre-Sasanian. Random trinkets and trivia. So then everything else is just trinkets, right? You get little trinkets of stuff from earlier periods, and I guess you just kind of let that slide because you're like, oh, this is like, you know, going and robbing the Valley of Kings in early modern Cairo. Or still ancient Cairo. Or, well, not Cairo, because Cairo doesn't exist. But you get the picture, right? Going and robbing the Valley of the Kings anytime between the 4th century BC and the 19th century CE. You get that sort of implication, the idea of some sort of digging up random bits of gold. Things from ancient folklore, brought up, gotten, and not melted down for their weight, but circulating in the markets in the sort of cultural space. Right. The stories of ancient stuff in the 1001 Nights obviously helps you. But then a lot of the rest of it is focusing on crunching in. Then, here we can now also talk about narrative, right? And what does the narrative do to enable these sort of pillars? The biggest one is the investigation structure. Right? Thinking about these as investigations instead of as regions, like in AC Valhalla, like sagas, basically, works really nicely. Because if you are treating them as investigations, that gives you moments where the goal is to talk to people and find clues, and that means talking to people, and that means examining spaces. Right? And when you're listening to those things, that's stealth learning, right? All of that, if the space is constructed well, which as we've talked about, right, they spent a lot of time on saying, hey, those are core to how we construct historicity and authenticity. Let's put a lot of thought into those. When you're doing that, that's suddenly stealth learning. You're seeing historical manuscripts. You're meeting historical figures. You're getting to talk with them, and they will babble about the thing they are well known for. You can have Basim internalize his thoughts and have, like, characterization that engages in these cultural practices. You can be like, oh, find books. And these books are historically circulating works. The black boxes are cultural structures. Right? The big things occur in the House of Wisdom. They occur in a Caravanserai. They're going to occur in the Great Market. They're going to occur in the Caliphal Palace. Or a Caliphal Palace. They are operating in very real cultural spaces. We got a teeny tiny one with that sort of contract in the hammam. Right? Within the bath, you get one. And so you get forcible exposure to a bunch of different cultural and architectural icons of the city, and you are forced, by progressing the narrative, to spend time sitting and looking at the people that are going on. Alright, Agalias, we are almost done, so have a good dinner. Happy times then, for whatever that is to you too. The other thing, right, But I think I really like, sort of in the moment-to-moment emergent narratives, is of course pickpocketing. This might be building more into mechanic stuff. Right, think about AC2. If you're walking around on ground floor, what happens? Beggars are gonna run up to you and demand coin. Musicians are gonna run around, just be incredibly obnoxious and prevent you from being stealthy, like they have a laser, like they have a homing beacon that tells them that Ezio has accumulated a dummy amount of money, right? And otherwise, right, it's actually just genuinely pretty frustrating to navigate early game spaces by foot. This game, mechanically, alternatively, actively encourages you to walk through those crowds and go like, no, parkour is good, we have parkour routes, you can do that as much as you want. But also, if you want to get money, you gotta walk through the crowds. You gotta pickpocket some stuff. And you gotta actually look at all these different people and all these different places and all these different cultures that are implied through walking around and looking at people. That's cool. That's darn cool. And so, right, the narrative is kind of finding a good enough excuse to pull you to all of these and mechanics. I guess we can kind of wrap those up together, right? The narrative and mechanics of the black boxes and of the quest structure are really encouraging you to go walk about, go do stuff, exist in the world. And then the writing lets you hear about different cultural practices, different people, get you those snapshots really fast. Is that all checking out, chat? I want to make sure that my thoughts, which I think are right, because they're mine, and we like them, but we still want to make sure my thoughts actually, firstly, that I'm saying them good. That's always a risk. And second, that, you know, you agree? Because we can disagree. And I think that helps, right? Disagreement helps clarify argument. So it is good. You're the professional historian, I trust you? Hey, I'm also just a guy. Soap markets, caravanserai, bait, hekma, hammam, etc. It's really hard to figure out a good way to get some of this to engage like average players. There's a third part. Right, so we've got the stealth collectibles, we've got the pickpocketing as a method to get them. So right, you get history lessons for free when you pick up when you're engaging in getting money to upgrade stuff. But the other thing that they do is, right, codex entries are easy to find and Is that a fair sentence, right? They're easy to find, and they're bloody obnoxious. They're these big white sparky things that cause a distortion sound effect and otherwise detract from the soundscape of the city. They are a disturbance, a distraction, they crack the immersion, and that says, hey, get rid of me. How do you, hey, get rid of me? By picking it up. And the moment you picked it up, well, now you've got a big giant pop-up that says, hey, listen, hey, let's learn something. Hey, let's learn something. I love that. It's a good system, honestly. Right? I don't know if it gets people to read them, but it does get them past the first hurdle, which is just ignoring them completely. And it's instructive because it means you can shatter your immersion, right? You can do things that actively call attention to the fact that this is a game, and also a simulation, in order to get players to reassert the immersion, and thereby, right, removing them both makes players more immersed in the space, and gets them to pick up the thing you want them to. Or it's not like, equally importantly, right, it's not like codex entries in Origins, which are just walking tours that exist in a completely separate mode, and you have to go over there in order to even really do a lot with historical write-ups, period. And also, it's part of the base game. I can't overstate how big of a change this is. It's part of the base game. Exactly. Right? Evidently, from the beginning, the Codex, as a tool of communicating history, was seen as a really important resource for the vision and creative goals of the game. And that's real darn cool. So, last... I want to also think about, on a very basic narrative structure. Right, realistically, AC Mirage is actually structured somewhere in between AC1 and AC Valhalla, right? So, the narrative beats are basically, you go to a region of Baghdad, you're going to run into a bureau there, they're going to set you up on the sort of political situation, you're going to meet some historical figures, you're going to run around doing a couple errands for them or something, and then you're going to discover who the bad guy is and you're going to stab them. AC1 sort of does this, though Al-Mualim just kind of tells you who you're trying to stab, and then the investigation is about getting them exposed. AC Valhalla leans all the way into, you're in the region, you're going to run some errands for this figure, and it'll construct an alliance with that question mark? You're going to stab some people about it. Mirage walks that middle ground, but walks that middle ground in a way that I would sum up as being like stories from the 1001 Nights, right? Narratively, this feels quite a bit like the act structure mirrors the 1001 Nights, where there's plenty of downtime where you're just kind of going about business doing whatever. But then the actual plots are basically a series of short narrative arcs that feature a recurring cast of characters, have you go on a weird adventure, do a thing, engage with a thing, and return back until your next adventure, right? One could think of the Voyages of Sinbad, which are a relatively late addition to the story, or to the collection, but are an instructive one, where Sinbad, you know, starts off poor, books onto a ship, has a grand adventure in one of the seas, attains fabulous wealth, comes back home, invests in stuff, has some downtime, couple years later, something happens, he goes back out to sea again, another adventure happens. And these adventures are very loosely linked, and engage a lot in folklore, myth, intrigue, basically whatever the storyteller needs, right? Looks at exotic places and exotic peoples and learns something, and then you come back home, and having learned this moral, right, having learned some moral, you attain greater wealth and prestige than you did before, and you go back out into the world and it feels good, right? Chat, you've seen as much of this game as I have. Some of you have seen much more of this game because... Does that check out to you? Right? That's basically the quick and dirty summary, right? You learn in the town, you arrive in town, you have an adventure, you learn something, you return home better, wiser, wealthier, in this case by leveling up as an assassin, right? Oh, I'm no longer an initiate, I'm a novice. Great, I do another quest, and now I'm going to be a full assassin. I do the next quest, I'm going to become a master assassin, right? So you gain increased levels of prestige within your social group, by going out of the social group, having adventures, and learning a moral, and doing some violence. But, right, and the first two people here have had morals attached to them, right? Not subtle morals, the idea that knowledge without justice is going to lead to harm, right? That it is possible to be reckless in your pursuit of knowledge, and that you need to temper that with empathy for people, and enslavement bad. Like, these are not subtle. They are good. And, as I'm in this, thank you for the follow just now. Glad you're enjoying the Google Doc content. Right, so we get all of these morals in the 1001 Nights. These are broadly, how to be a good Muslim. Right, so you're learning about piety, and you're learning about humility, and you're learning about kind of the act of surrendering your will to Allah, and in turn, He, who is great and good and in His infinite mercy, rewards the pious with material wealth and social prestige. Be a good person because good things will happen to you. And when you forget, right, when that starts to waver, bad things start happening to you. It's such an obvious way to structure these sort of games and these sorts of investigations, right? Let's contrast to ACV. They're trying to tell a much bigger story, right? Where a single, quote-unquote folkloric arc kind of goes really far out, takes a really long time, has a lot of details, and then you come back. Right, this is superficially really similar. But AC Valhalla is so big and so spread out that it's hard to create a consistent feedback mechanism of, oh, what is the thing you gained? Oh, the map has the raven on it now. Ooh. It isn't able to bring those in together and really showcase that growth in the in-group in a way that feels really rewarding to the player. And so you're investing a lot of time for often very dubious feedback. It's also you know. It's also not how the literature from the period is structured. Right? We have parts of the 1001 Nights that go back to the 9th or 10th century. So we know that this is traditions that are circulating in the period. Or you could look at kind of story arcs, kind of the really short story arcs in the Shahnameh as part of a much grander narrative. But let's write Persian epics as, well, hey, maybe there's some similarities here. Icelandic sagas, right, the main literary antecedent for A.C. of Valhalla's narrative style, are not structured in this way. Those are very long, drawn-out feuds. You may have an adventure arc in there, but for the most part, these are recurring networks of characters clashing socially with each other. I feel, right, Icelandic sagas are stoic and they are crunchy. That's not how you spell crunchy. Don't worry about that. They're very good. We love them dearly. They're phenomenal psychological literature. But they're not big adventure stories. They're often very detailed and very, very interested in legal formulae and the act of the feud and what happens year to year as these families exist in tension with each other and have disputes that can't be resolved. Even the more adventuresome ones often spend significantly more time sort of out in the world, dealing with questions of social isolation and trauma, and these repeated clashes with other forces. Urfar Odsaga is a great example of that, with a couple of semi-immortal people bouncing off each other in Oder and Ögmundur. They're also not very emotive, and that made relating to Eivor over a very long period of time extremely difficult. This is much smaller, much tighter, and Basim becomes much more expressive because the culture trope of the folkloric hero in Arabic and Persian literature is super duper emotive. So you run into, right, the Santa Fe Valhalla suffers narratively, despite trying to have this same structure, due to being too culturally fitting this into a culture that doesn't like it, and into a scope that makes it really hard for players to maintain engagement. If you don't know that, right, if you're not going into AC Valhalla with a history mindset, you know, that's probably fine. But with a history mindset, those problems mean that the narrative is really struggling to consistently reinforce historical visions for the game. Checks out? So in short, where Mirage succeeds as a history game phenomenally is the unity of creative vision, right? Narrative, text, writing, performance, world design, characters, etc. all work towards creating a nuanced microcosm of pre-modern Islam. Modern Islam, which is in turn situated within the broader history of Mesopotamia. Right. I think that's ultimately where I'm at, is even there is still a lot of anachronism, but that anachronism works towards something. And the idea being that an introduction to pre-modern Islam, and specifically the Caliphal age, writ large, is like the main goal of the game. And so there's a lot of mechanics and systems that all kind of lead you to this. And it helps that Basim is just a fun character. I'm so sad that they're gonna do Basim dirty by the end of the game, because I'm actually really liking this Basim. I actually really like the fact that Basim is super emotive and charming, and also doesn't really... his growth is phased towards his trauma, and is slowly working to heal that, but largely he's a relatively static character here, that the city itself is the thing that's playing off him. You don't actually hate it. Well, that's shocking. That's fine. We'll see the end of the game when we see the end of the game. But right, there's a lot of things here that end up giving the player historical information. And so, right, like, I don't know. I think that's kind of where I've got my thoughts are at, as to why I think Mirage works so well, despite the anachronism. And it's not just a problem of, we don't know enough. We don't have an anachronism detector that's very good for the Islamic world. That's a true sentence, we being the game's dominant Western European and American audiences. That's a true sentence. But it's not just that, right? There's a lot of things that are forcing, I guess not forcing, but giving the player opportunity to engage with history in a way more so than really any other Assassin's Creed has done. So, I think that wraps up where we're at for AC Mirage, right? I don't think we can really get any farther in the game. I think we've got enough to get to this point, right? We've got enough here to really, I think, succeed in my goal, my primary goal for this weekend. My secondary goal was to actually play the entire game. That obviously didn't happen. But that's because we were distracted by doing good history, right? We got a lot of science, we got a lot of food history, we got lovely meander through the history of Islamic magic. We've seen references to places far apart as the coast of Korea and Cordoba. We've seen engagement with architectural styles from Timbuktu to Delhi. We've seen a really likable protagonist that quotes poetry and proverbs fluently in conversation. We've heard the diversity of languages, we've seen some gorgeous fashion, we've seen some fashion crimes. Fashion crimes do get you fined and or lashed and or thrown in jail. They are serious. But we've seen a few of them. We've gotten to run around and have like really good roof life. Like just really fun. We had our beloved Balthazar, Mr. Grumbles himself. We've seen a lot of good and a lot of opportunities for people who want to learn about Islamic history. And don't forget the kiddies. And we've seen a lot of cats. We love them. And so there's a lot of opportunities for historians, right? People like me who are interested in how this franchise can do history and how we can teach and learn about the past using games. This has been an utterly phenomenal addition to the corpus of games. In short... Oh, it is not visible on that one. This bad boy can fit so many conferences in it. it's genuinely super exciting, and you know, it may be a hot take, but I stand by what I said yesterday, that I think AC Mirage is the best Assassin's Creed game that I have played. End of sentence. I haven't played all of them, but I've played a lot of them. I do think it's the best one. And I think part of what makes it the best one is that it represents arguably the best of both worlds, right? If you think about the old Assassin's Creed games with their very linear stories, their very small worlds, their focus on urban environments, and their assassination investigation structure, and the new game's more sort of open world, go wander about, get lost in this culture space approach, it is the best hybridization of those two approaches that we've seen, and while its narrative certainly picks its choice and sticks with it, in terms of, like, really showcasing the potential Assassin's Creed has as a franchise, by drawing on those roots of those beloved early games, while also recognizing that the newer RPG games aren't all bad, and in fact do some very good history, sometimes, when they are focused and have a good creative vision. Turns out that's effective. Gee, who could have predicted? Having a cohesive creative vision that cares about the history and the world and the culture as part of the basic experience, and making mechanical decisions that reinforce that vision instead of having two distinct core fantasies of badass Viking and early medieval England history. Turns out it's good. And also, don't put in Easter eggs. Easter eggs are fine. Cheeky references are good. Don't make an entire questline just the plot of The Wicker Man in Second Stonehenge. I don't know. It's weird. Maybe I'm a heretic for saying that. Alright, but we are out of time for today. This has been a wonderful weekend, a wonderful set of 5 days. How's the vibe, everyone? Do we do it? It was great. I'm glad people enjoyed it. So yeah, that wraps up it for us. If you enjoyed this and enjoyed my breakdown, make sure you hit the follow button. Make sure, and if you want to support the channel more, of course, do make sure that we take a look and consider subscribing to the channel to help support this sort of content, to help make this more sustainable as something I can invest 25 hours over 5 days into. But yeah, you wouldn't mind similar deep dives in the future? That's good. It takes a lot of research time, so of course the support is super appreciated to make that a sustainable investment, and something that I can literally afford to do. But, you know, it is what it is, right? I'm never going to pay all this stuff, so any and all support and our continued support of our Patreon supporters is unbelievably appreciated. So, that does it for me. So I wish you all a very good rest of your weeks. I'm not going to be streaming again until Saturday. I need a couple of days off. But on Saturday we're going to come back to some Steam Next Fest, because that started today. So we're going to come back and just take a look at go from the triplest of A's to the indiest of indie spaces, and see what's going on in that little world, get a snapshot of some maybe interesting upcoming historical games for our game recommendations. Okay? So, I will see you all then, and I hope very many of you will come to join me. This has been lovely, but for right now, thank you, and have a good night. And of course, particular thank you to our Patreon supporters here, including Board Gang Geek, who recently joined up. Additionally, thank you to our new follows, Azamir in this, Diamond Dolphin, Tiestafay, and Vedonat, and to Diamond Dolphin for the subscription. Thank y'all, and again, good night.